Check out the YouTube. Check it out. Subscribe to it. Share it. Share with your family. Share with your friends. Share with your enemies. I don't care. Share it to everybody. Share it to the whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video and just comment on it. But yeah, share it with everybody. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in. And welcome back. I've been gone for 2 days because I've been working. I've been making that income, you know, because I have to pay the bills. But I'm back. I'm live. I'm alive. I've made it through 34 years. I've made it through 34 years on this earth somehow. I always said if I made it to 30, everything's house money from there. And chat, welcome to being house money. Thank you so much for being here. I don't really have plans today. I don't know what I wanted to do. I wanted to play video games. I kind of wanted to play shit that I wanted to play. I don't know what I want to play, though. There's too many video games out there. But yeah, so I've worked the last 2 days. I got about 3 hours of sleep last night. I couldn't fucking sleep. But I worked this morning. I got done with it. But yeah. You hear about the Trump and Elon drama? Yeah, I caught headlines of it. Basically, Elon's pissed that they're no longer going to be subsidizing electric vehicles. Trump is throwing a hissy fit because Elon is trying to undermine the big, beautiful bill, etc., etc., etc. That's how I interpreted it anyway. But yeah. So, yeah, I basically went to work this morning. I came back, ate lunch, and have just been chilling here. I didn't know if I wanted to go live now or wanted to wait another hour, but I figured, fuck it, I'll go live now. But yeah, so I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what I want to do today. I was hoping you all would come in and give me some inspiration on what to do. There's always React content, which we've been doing more so recently. I could also game it up a bit and continue my workers and resources playthrough. Hot drama. Oh, I did see the headline for this. I did see the headline about dropping a really big bomb. Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, EJT. Yeah, I mean, I thought we knew that. I thought we knew that, and libs were all libbed up when it came out that, like, Donald Trump was, like, listed in a lawsuit about him raping a, like, underage woman. Unless I'm misremembering, but I thought I could have swore I remember that. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought for a fact I thought that, like, Donald Trump was named a person. That's old news, man. Old man, happy birthday, by the way. Thank you. What is this supposed to be different? Is this supposed to be different than what Elon is saying? I don't understand. Is it different? What? I mean, we kind of played all the games that I played as a kid, which was fun. I could do some college football. I haven't played on my PlayStation a lot recently. I've been playing mostly PC games, which is fine. But I feel like the PS5 needs some attention. I actually thought about playing GTA Vice City because I still have the old game on my PS3. I have it downloaded on my PS3. Since the new updated game is dog shit. But I still have my PS3, so I can continue to play Metal Gear Solid 4, but I still have GTA Vice City as software on that game. So I was thinking about doing that. That actually sounds like a really fun idea. I wonder if I could get it set up. I probably should have set it up before stream. I don't know, chat. You got ideas? I'm throwing shit out there and hoping something sticks. Yeah, I guess I got some content we can watch. All right, here's one about the party switch. That should be a fun one.
So this is
Then we can also watch whatever Second Thought has. Driving home at the moment, doing speech to text. We'll be back later. Let me know if you want a game for birthday stuff. Nah, JD, I appreciate it though. Drive safe. We'll talk to you when you get back. Is there a baseball hero? Hi, Plank. Plank, did you just find out about my Instagram post? Because, I mean, that's been posted for like a week now. Also, happy birthday. Thank you, Plank. Let's see. Second Thought has done a couple more videos. Oh, this is a good one. Rich people want fascism.
Hey,
This is a good one. Yeah, not a regular IG enjoyer. That's fair. And then I kind of want some short, fun ones.
Okay, so let's talk about...
Damn it, that's not a short one. That's a 20-minute one. Fuck. All right, we'll just start with these two. We'll start with these two and just go with it. I've been wanting to watch this one by Jamelle Bouie, talking about the party switch in the United States as far as the values of the Republican and Democratic Party. We all know it's true and happened, and basically happened around the times of the Civil Rights Acts passing. But this is a video talking about this. So, yeah, we'll do this. I'll get the link. Gemini explains a lot. What does that even mean, Micah? What does that even mean? I literally was just having this conversation with people today. I said, I don't understand women that say, oh, I can't date a insert zodiac sign here. It doesn't make any sense to me. Happy birthday. Thank you. Birthday? Yes, Agora. It is my birthday today. Plank, thank you for the gifty. Gifty to Micah. I was literally just messing with you. Oh, were you, Micah? Maybe I was messing with you. Anyway, congratulations on the gifty. Sakura! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Holy shit! Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sakura, I appreciate it so much. Happy birthday, thank you. Also, Sakura, were you guys playing Helldivers recently? I think I was at work and I had my phone open, my Discord open on my phone, and I saw y'all were hanging out. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we have some more time recently. Well, I have off tomorrow.
So this is a bit of
So
an
if
experiment.
y'all are playing tomorrow, I'm likely in. Feel free to message us when you want to play. You're always welcome. Okay, no problem. No problem. I just figure your schedule is a bit more. Oh, Potato Queen, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Level 5 hype train. Level 4 hype train. Damn. Happy birthday. Thank you, Potato. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But now we're going to do boring politics stuff. So don't go away. Don't go away. I promise I'll make it entertaining. Sakura, another 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all, you don't have to. You don't have to do this. I am so appreciative of you all being here in the first place. But thank you so much for all the gifted subs, for all the biddies. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for, just being there and being friends. Even though you're not my friends, I'm a streamer, you're just chat. Thank you all so much. I was going into my phone for something and I forgot what it was. My notifications need to catch up with everything. Oh, but thank you all so very much. I really do appreciate it. Parasocial, yeah. Since I have the day off tomorrow, I was actually thinking about filming for the next video. I got a couple topics that have been on my mind. I kind of want to do a bad faith talking points about immigration and stuff like that, because I think that would be a fun one. But I also really want to do, I posted on Instagram, I really want to do a video about how, like, the average person will root for the rebellions and everything within a movie like Star Wars and everything. But then, like, in real life, they just lick the boots of the empires all the time. But anyway, y'all, thank you so much for the hype train. I really appreciate it. They sure do. Yep. Bootlickers. That's right, Potato. Bootlickers. Speaking of bootlickers, chat, you should check my latest YouTube video. I talk about bootlickers. You should watch it. It's 2 months old, but it's still relevant. Unlike me, I'm 34 years old and I'm not relevant at all. But yes, I am 34 years old. I am old as dirt. I got gray hair, so I reserve the right to call myself old. But anyway, I'm going to go to boring shit now. We're going to talk about nerd stuff. We're going to talk about nerd stuff, the party switch, and some history. Because I've been wanting to watch this. So y'all are going to watch this with me. Hope you stick around. Hope you enjoy. Hope I provide you some entertainment. And thank you all so much. Again.
I'm calling it nerd stuff. I'm not talking about an entire column. I'm not recounting or recontextualizing a previous column. I'm just kind of talking in a free-form way about something from American political history that I know a lot about. I'm not necessarily going to have lots of fancy graphics or anything, all that visual, other than me here, obviously. It's going to be more akin to a podcast, I guess, except here, as a video. I know this is a normal thing that people do, but it's a little new for me, and I'm just giving it a shot. And if you guys like this one, I'll do another. And if you like that one, I'll do another. And you can even suggest topics for me to tackle. But we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Let's get started with this episode. If you spend any time whatsoever on the political side of TikTok, you will hear people debate endlessly about something called the party switch.
The party switch.
All right, I lied a little bit about the graphics. I like that title. Party switch is this idea that at some point in the mid-20th century, basically the 1960s, the Republicans and the Democrats switched places. The Republicans became the Conservative Party. The Democrats became the Liberal Party. The Republicans became the party of white Southerners.
E-Tanners, thank you for the biddies.
Specifically of opposition to civil rights. And the Democrats became the party of civil rights. It's not hard to see why this is a divisive topic on social media because, for one, it paints an entire political tendency as basically being hostile to the civil rights movement. And for two, in its broad strokes, it sounds a little far-fetched. What do you mean the party switched places? Does that mean that particular lawmakers
I'm not really here. Thank you for looking, Tanners.
That they swap
platforms
or positions? What does that mean exactly? And unfortunately, as is often the case on social media, a real phenomenon, like a thing that actually happened, gets oversimplified into a version that does sound a little fantastical. And the version of the party switch, quote unquote, that is often litigated on social media is not really all that accurate. The Republican Party didn't go from being a liberal party to a conservative party. The Democratic Party didn't go from being a conservative party to a liberal party. The Democratic Party prior to the 1960s wasn't uniformly opposed to civil rights, and the Republican Party.
Chat, hype train has ended. Thank you so much for level 5 hype train. I greatly appreciate it. Sakura Gore, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you so much for the biddies. Everybody else, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it.
Prior to the 1960s wasn't uniformly in favor of civil rights. Although we can point to some particular lawmakers who switched parties in the late 1960s and 1970s.
Choo-choo is right.
Specifically at Strom Thurmond, the South Carolina Democrat who became a Republican. Although we can point to those kinds of examples, there was no broad
Oh man, this is
phenomenon
nerdy
of
shit.
Democrats becoming Republicans and Republicans becoming Democrats. So was there a party switch? Kind of, sort of.
Okay, so like, this is a video I wanted to do, but he's just kind of sitting here and talking about it. Plank, thank you for the biddies. He's just kind of sitting here and talking about it. So obviously my video would be similar to the videos that I've already made, where I interject various visual aspects of the video. But he's going to be talking about stuff that I would like to talk about.
It depends on what you mean by switch. One of the things it's important to understand when thinking about history in any context is that you're both looking for breaks with the past, you're looking for change over time, but you're also looking for continuity because that's how human societies work. There rarely are circumstances where there is a total hard break. It's often a slow and gradual change, which means there's often quite a bit of continuity with things that came before. And this is especially true in the context of American party politics. The idea of the party switch at the end of the day is this idea that there was a hard break at a certain point, that the parties became fundamentally different things in the 1960s. But what that completely misses is the extent to which there is real continuity with previous iterations. That the Republican Party that emerges in the 60s and 70s and 80s has actually quite a bit in common with the Republican Party that existed in the 1920s and 30s and 40s. And likewise, the Democratic Party that emerges in the same period in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s has quite a bit of continuity with past iterations of itself. And although there is change is happening. That change is very much within the context of a set of political traditions, which remain fairly stable over time. Not totally stable, but like there's real stability there. And so for this video, we're going to talk about the party switch, but we're going to talk about it more as a gradual transformation over time and not one that begins in the 1960s. This story of how the Democratic Party did become uniformly liberal and now the Republican Party became uniformly conservative, and which is really a story of how the particular.
So I've definitely talked about this before, how back in the day, there used to be liberal wings of each party and conservative wings of each party. But then the parties became more uniform as Jamelle Bouie is saying.
Particular demographics and voter bases of these parties.
Yes, I forgot his name. I wanted to verify that I got it correct. What are we reacting to? The party switch. Nerd Stuff by Jamelle Bouie. He's talking about the party switch between more uniform Democratic and Republican Party rather than technically 4 different sects of political parties back in the day. So we're getting nerdy in here because I wasn't expecting people to be in here this early, but I wanted to watch it.
These changed after the 1960s. This story begins not in the 60s, not in the 50s, not even really in the 1940s.
Well, we all know the party of Lincoln is a Republican Party. Huh. If only there's somebody who may or may not have made a video addressing that. If only there was a person who made a video addressing that. Who could it have been? God damn, I made this over a year ago. Fucking A. Anyway, check that video out, chat. Talk about the real party of Lincoln and what Lincoln's policies actually were. That was a really fun video, especially when I absolutely shit on the Confederate States. You need to make commands in your top videos like Party Lincoln or unions or something. I need to make playlists. Also, I don't think those are my top videos. That is a good idea, though.
It begins, if you want to really put it this way, all the way at the end of the 19th century in the 1890s. I know this is going to be a bit of a longer discussion, but
Well, I mean, the ones you want to send out the most? Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, maybe I'll go through that. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow on my day off. Oh, I'm also thinking about flying tomorrow, chat. I'm thinking about flying tomorrow morning. And then I think I'm going to make a video. I think I'm going to record for a video.
it's not going to be super long, so there's going to be a bit of simplification here. For the sake of simplification, there are a couple things.
Oh, that reminds me, I need to make plans. Go make those plans, Escal. Remind me later.
Is what's
Escal, you got to make plans.
Aryan Rebellion, the populist movement you may have heard of, the Populist Party you may have heard of. This is a group of mostly farmers, but also some industrial laborers who come together under the banner of the Populist Party to fight for inflationary monetary policy. That's the free silver you probably remember from your middle school or high school civics classes. And greater democratic control over the financial economy for the sake of improving the livelihoods for farmers and laborers. The Populist Party more or less fuses with the Democratic Party in the 1890s. In the 1896 presidential election, it's essentially a Democratic populist joint ticket led by William Jennings Bryan. And this movement attempts to beat back monopoly capital. It doesn't succeed. The winner of that election is very much the candidate of monopoly capital, which just means the large financial interests headquartered in New York, Boston, those sorts of places. A Republican represents the emerging and soon-to-be dominant strain within the Republican Party, which is this business conservatism, the politics of the shopkeeper, the politics of the financial manager, the politics of the banker. This was middle class, reform-minded in some respects, but focused mostly on maintaining price stability. This was also a Republican Party that hadn't quite repudiated its civil rights and anti-slavery past, but had definitely put it in their rearview mirror. The old abolitionists were long dead. The Unionist Republicans, who led the nation in the 1870s, had faded away. Although one of them was elected president, that's James Garfield, he was assassinated. This Republican Party could still claim the support of those Black Americans who could vote, on the basis of this party still kind of being the party of Lincoln, but it wasn't so keen to be the
Happy birthday, birthday boy. Thank you, Becca. Becca, I'm wearing my slutty pants. Just so you know.
Party of Lincoln anymore, because in pursuit of a national governing majority, it didn't want to alienate the white South. It wanted to be a reconciliationist Republican Party that could put the war and secession behind them. The other thing happening in the 1890s is, of course, the rise.
Wait, it's your birthday too? I didn't even get you anything. Sorry. Do a little birthday slut. You're damn right. I'm going to be a slut on my birthday, Becca.
Of Jim Crow.
Escal doesn't know how to read titles.
But now we can do a whole other video about the rise of Jim Crow, about why it doesn't arise immediately following the end of Reconstruction, but takes basically 2 decades to really come to full fruition. But by the end of the 1890s, Jim Crow is more or less the law in much of the South. Plessy v. Ferguson, the case in which the Supreme Court affirmed separate but equal, is decided in 1896. And states in the South are passing Jim Crow constitutions which mandate segregation and destroy voter participation, not just among Black Americans, but among white Americans as well. Now, the dominant party in the South is the Democratic Party. It redeems the South from Reconstruction in the 1870s and 1880s.
How's the day been treating you? I worked today, and I got a big tip. I got not just the tip, I got a big tip. So that was nice. I don't work tomorrow. So like I said, I think I'm going to fly in the morning and potentially start making a video. I just got off work after 9 hours of getting my ass kicked. I'm still mostly blind, and you want me to read titles too? That's fair, Escal. Big birthday tip? Yeah.
and goes on to establish basically one party dominance that's going to last until the 1970s, just about. The Southern Democratic Party, the Segregationist Democratic Party, has its roots, of course, in the party of Andrew Jackson, the party of slave owners. And accordingly, it is quite conservative across many dimensions. It is hostile to labor, hostile, obviously, to civil rights, hostile to federal intervention because it sees federal intervention as a wedge that could threaten the control of economic elites in the region over black and white laborers alike. This southern wing of the Democratic Party is in an uneasy alliance with the Northern Democratic Party, concentrated in the nation's cities and urban areas, with a strong base among low-wage laborers and immigrants. This Northern Democratic Party, this really urban machine Democratic Party, was much more interventionist, much more interested in using the federal government such that they could to pursue social aims. And as the
non-horse bro is getting attacked by gods. That's true. That's true. When you're getting attacked by non-Horus, it's definitely being attacked by gods, like Gumby says.
progressive movement gets going in the early 20th century, in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, you see these urban machine Democrats begin experimenting with all kinds of social programs that would eventually become part of the constellation of efforts that became known as the New Deal. Franklin Roosevelt, of course, being the governor
Happy
of
Swan.
New
Thank you,
York
Gumbies.
before becoming president of the United States. Now, I mention all of this to establish this point about continuity. The point of walking through the Republican and Democratic parties in the 1890s is to just illustrate something. The first is that the Republican Party in the 1890s, although it does have this civil rights legacy, is beginning to become this business conservative party that we recognize. And the Democratic Party is split between a segregationist, genuinely conservative southern wing and a northern wing, which is very heterogeneous with many different interests, but broadly is in favor of some measure of tolerance in the social world and federal intervention, such that people were thinking about the federal government in those terms in the economy. And progressivism as a movement at this time.
See, this is probably way better as a podcast. But as he talked about earlier, this is kind of a new thing. So if he just provided like visuals of like said party members and whatnot, I think it'd be really good.
Time cuts kind of across.
I mean, it's pretty good now, but I'm a nerd.
Ideology because it's very much focused on the scientific rationalization of government. There are conservative progressives, you could say, like J. Edgar Hoover, and there are obviously liberal progressives like Woodrow Wilson, who wants a more interventionist federal government in this part of, and helps create what we know as the administrative state. All right, so where does all this party switch stuff come in? Now that we've established that both parties have elements of them that should be familiar to us today, we can start focusing on what's happening with the voters. The Democrats have the southern wing, which is not the largest wing of the party, but acts as a single coherent bloc.
Hi, Ori.
Other parts of the party throughout the country, in the West, in the Northeast, in the Midwest, everywhere. And the Republicans, likewise, are largely concentrated in the Midwest, on the West Coast, in what we call the Mountain West, and in New England. Although there are a smattering of Republicans in the South, mostly in places where Black Americans can still cast a ballot. Not very many places. World War I starts to change that, but it changes that mostly because of one thing: mass population migration. The U.S. enters the war in 1917 on behalf of the Allies, and there's all of a sudden a huge demand for industrial labor in the northern centers. Some of that labor is coming from immigrants, but a lot of it is coming from Black Americans traveling up north in the first wave of the Great Migration. They're settling in places like Chicago and New York, Pittsburgh and Cleveland, Detroit, all throughout.
Ew, Pittsburgh.
An interesting thing is happening as they're moving from the south to the north. They're moving from a place where they had very little political freedom to a place where they had quite a bit more. If you saw the movie Sinners, this is actually part of the plot of that film.
Wow, spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! What the hell? I haven't seen it yet. I actually thought about just binge watching Andor for my birthday, since I love it so much. Chat, y'all need to watch Andor so we can actually have a conversation about it, because I want to talk to people about it. It's so good.
Smokestack twins are from Chicago. They grow up in Mississippi. They go to Chicago after the war in which they fought, and they return to Mississippi. The return, not so common, but that pattern of maybe going
Happy birthday. Thank you, Suji.
war-related activities,
I appreciate it.
settling in one of these big cities was very common. You have these black Southerners in these northern cities that already have these large urban machines, and they are just another constituency.
Hope you had a good, fun time with Haney earlier. I think I saw you went live earlier with Haney. By redacted people who do redacted and think I like them. Escow, you're describing my job.
Within these urban machines. And although there's plenty of prejudice and plenty of racism that's happening, these are still potential voters, and these machines need to appeal to them. And so sort of for the first time, or the first time since...
Also, I do have to mention, I'm sick of getting these fucking emails saying happy birthday to me from businesses and shit. Fucking offer me free shit. Offer me free shit for my birthday or like discounted stuff. Don't be sending me just happy birthday and wasting my fucking time. God damn it.
The 1870s and 1880s, you have black Americans becoming the objects of a political party. Democrats in these cities need to somehow integrate these black Americans into their machines to win their loyalties and to win their votes. In the 1920s, black Americans are still voting for Republicans, but it's beginning to change. It's beginning to switch. You see more black Americans beginning to vote for Democrats as a result of this outreach by urban machines. And in 1932, when Roosevelt is on the ballot, and the Depression has virtually wiped out the Republican Party, you see a huge movement of black Americans towards the Democrats. And this begins a process of black Americans becoming part of the actual national Democratic establishment and not simply a group to appeal to by these urban machines. You see Roosevelt meeting with black American leaders like A. Philip Randolph throughout his presidency. You see those black American leaders beginning to look at Roosevelt and the larger Democratic Party as both an institution to pressure, but also potential allies, especially these Northern Democrats who are coming out of these cities, coming out of this machine tradition, and understand that black Americans are part of the constellation of groups they have to work with. As the 1930s becomes the 1940s, we also get the ideological pressure of the war. The war, recognized at the time as the war being a war for democracy, a war against Nazi racism, against Nazi fascism, against Imperial Japanese fascism. And although there is plenty of American racism fighting in this war, there are also many Americans who look at American racism, see it as a problem for not just propaganda, but for what the country allegedly stands for.
Yeah, fun fact, chat. The Soviet Union constantly used Americans' racism and segregation as a tool for propaganda to show that the United States was actually not that great of a country. So Eisenhower, I believe, demanded to his generals and leading force and leaders in his military said, we are no longer segregating the military because it makes us weaker and makes us look bad. What's up, Jake? Ghost B-Day? Yes. Yes, it is.
So you have young Democrats like Hubert Humphrey up in Minnesota, who, as he is entering into national leadership, making a plea that the Democratic Party needs to be a better partner to its new black constituents, needs to reach out to these black voters, needs to stand for civil rights in a real way, both as a commitment to its own ideals as the party
Jake,
of
thank you for the biddies.
And for straightforward political reasons to secure the allegiance of black Americans in tight national elections. This brings us to 1948, when after a tough floor fight, Humphrey successfully puts a civil rights plank into the Democratic National Platform.
We have made progress. We've made great progress in every part of this country. We've made great progress in the South. We've made it in the West, in the North, and in the East. But we must now focus the direction of that progress towards the realization of a full program of civil rights to all.
With the assistance of A. Philip Randolph, and to the somewhat dismay of Truman, although he does embrace it in the end. And Southern Democrats, led by Strom Thurmond, break off in the Dixiecrat Rebellion in an attempt to discipline the National Democratic Party. Their thinking being that if we can tank Truman in 48...
Dude. States' rights Democrats and then running around with the Confederate flag. The Daughters of the Confederacy completely fucked us as a country. To show that, like, they absolutely fucked us as a country and just did not, like, allow us to move on from the fucking Civil War and just deem that anybody who showed any Confederate sympathy to be okay in society. Like they were literally traitors to the United States of America. And they got handled with kitty gloves, mostly because Abraham Lincoln was assassinated and Andrew Johnson came in and, you know, basically prevented Reconstruction from occurring. But yeah.
And we can remind them that we are the decision makers in this party and that we say no to civil rights. Truman wins, handing a victory to civil rights Democrats and beginning a schism, a real schism within the Democratic Party between its southern and northern wings. In the 1950s, with Eisenhower serving his 2 terms, Eisenhower is making inroads into the South on the basis of sort of a growth platform of republicanism, but they're still basically a detente in terms of who is appealing to black voters. Many black voters still voting for Republicans, but again, the Democratic contingent is growing larger. And Richard Nixon, a California Republican who seems to have a sincere commitment to advancing civil rights, Nixon attempts to revitalize Republican standing with black Americans and makes a vigorous effort to win over black Americans in the 1960 presidential election. But Kennedy, JFK, plays the game a bit better, wins the support of Martin Luther King Jr. and helps deliver black American voters even further into the Democratic camp. Lyndon Johnson sort of cements this with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which simultaneously brings black Americans en masse into the Democratic Party and pushes quite a few white Southerners out into the Republican Party. And this is when we get into party switch territory. But what's really happening here is a demographic switch. It's black Americans becoming Democrats after decades of slow movement, and white Southerners becoming Republicans after decades of slow movement. By 1968, the white South is moving quite rapidly to the Republican Party, and the nation's black electorate no longer concentrated in them. In the nation's black electorate, North and South is moving or has moved rapidly towards the Democratic Party. This obviously isn't an instantaneous process, and there are other things happening as well. As many writers have covered, Nixon, in his second iteration, recognizes that there's quite a bit of resentment against the civil rights movement and how it's evolved into Black Power and other slogans and movements. And Nixon tries to capitalize on this by appealing to the prejudices of not just white Southerners, but like white ethnic voters in the North. Here, he's following the lead of George Wallace, the Alabama governor, who enters the national stage as an ardent segregationist, but realizes, in his words, that the whole country is Southern and that he can run a sort of anti-black platform and policy message nationwide, playing on these resentments and fears.
When the sit-in demonstrations and lie-ins in the streets all over the country started, Mr. Nixon and Mr. Humphrey both, in recorded statements, said, "It is a great movement. It is a great lie-in. It is a great demonstration. It is a great sit-in." And now it's culminated in anarchy throughout the country, and now they come along and tell you that we recommended it, but now we're going to save you by calling for law and order. I say that those who led us into it ought not to lead us out of it, because had they not given lip service to this anarchy in the streets 8 years
Anarchy in the streets of people with darker skin tones walking amongst people with lighter skin tones. This is what this dude is talking about and complaining about.
years ago, it would be safe to walk on the streets of Oklahoma City and of Tulsa and of Los Angeles and of Birmingham and the other large cities of our country.
Fun fact, it's significantly less safe in sparse populated red states in the United States of America. I'm pretty sure it probably wasn't true back then, but it's true now per capita.
Maybe the best book written on Wallace as this sort of epochal figure in America.
Also, why do they think anarchy is always chaos? Because one of the definitions of anarchy is chaos. While the political definition of anarchy is going straight from a capitalist, organization of the economy to a communist organization of the economy. That's actually when January 6th was happening, I was screaming at the TV. They kept calling it anarchy. I'm like, these aren't anarchists. These aren't fucking anarchists. These are fucking right-wing small business people. Yeah. Anarchy, a state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority or other controlling system. The organization of society on the basis of voluntary cooperation without political institutions, a hierarchical government, or anarchism. Yeah. So the definition of anarchy is this first one that they do all the time. Which is kind of hilarious because, like, I'm pretty sure anarchy is... anarchists define anarchy as being, like, organized. Like, that's why the actual logo for anarchy is an A with a concentric circle around it. Like, there's nothing outside the circle and everything. That anarchy is still some kind of order around it. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how I understood it.
American political history is The Politics of Rage, George Wallace, The Origins of the New Conservatism, and the Transformation of American Politics by Dan T. Carter. You can also read Rick Perlstein's Nixonland about the Nixon part of this, and he goes a lot into Wallace as well. I have a copy of Nixonland around here somewhere, but I don't remember where it is. And if you want some discussion of just the...
Well, Jamelle, maybe you should organize your bookshelf here. Okay, I'm just ripping on him for no reason. There's no reason for me to rip on him. Jamelle Bouie is incredible.
Democratic Party and its relationship to national politics. Here's Carter again from George Wallace to Newt Gingrich, Race and the Conservative Counter-Revolution, 1963 to 1994. It's focused on the present, but there's a lot in there about the past, so recommend this too. Anyway, what we see here are movements of populations, groups of voters shifting in response to differing circumstances and events, and obviously, and political entrepreneurs like George Wallace and Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson making their own efforts to win over voters and change the political landscape. Now, has there been a party switch?
Also, just thinking about it again, Escal, these people not having a capitalist organization of the economy would be chaos to them because they don't understand any other way to live their lives.
Kind of, right? Because through the 1970s, the Republican Party is growing more conservative and the Democratic Party is growing more liberal.
Yeah.
But again, this liberalism in the Democratic Party has clear antecedents. It's part of a tradition stretching back to the late 19th century. And likewise, the growing conservatism of the Republican Party, the growing conservatism of the Republican Party, and especially its economic conservatism, has clear antecedents stretching back to the late 19th century. What happens, essentially, is that in jettisoning its white southern wing and gaining a large contingent of black voters, the Democratic Party aligns its longstanding economic liberalism with a social liberalism.
About to leave work, so I got to run. Be back later. Happy birthday again, brother. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it. Thank you for the biddies as well, and I hope you have a safe travel back from work. But thank you so much, Jake. Talk to you later, bud.
And on the flip side, Republicans, in receiving a large number of white conservative voters, North and South, but especially South, begins to align its business conservatism with a social conservatism. There's a lot happening in the 70s, especially the growth of the religious right, the evangelical right specifically, is also shifting the contours of what social conservatism looks like in the Republican Party. Roe v. Wade in 1973 galvanizes many conservative voters to take a stronger position in questions of public morality. So,
Chat, I got some exciting news. With that hype train we just got, that allows us the opportunity to add another emote. I have brought back, hold on. I've brought back Nedgo Gun. So Nedgo Gun is back. So Nedgo Gun is back in the rotation. So we have Nedgo Gun and Nedgo Snipe now. And if we get 5 more sub points, we can then add another emote. I also have 3 open slots for animated emotes. So if y'all have ideas, I'm open for them.
Two, there's the movement against the Equal Rights Amendment, galvanizing social conservative voters, and again, evangelicals in particular, into political action. And there's a lot to say about the rise of evangelicals as a political faction as opposed to strictly a religious one. But even as voters are shifting between the parties, political allegiances haven't completely transformed. Yes, you have a lot of white Southerners voting for Republicans on the presidential level, but down ballot, they're also still voting for Democrats, voting for the same people they've been voting for decades. And in 1976, Jimmy Carter went into office on kind of a last gasp of the New Deal coalition. Jimmy Carter, being a Southern evangelical himself, is able to win back some of these wayward voters and combine them with these new black voters to build out a majority political coalition, although a somewhat weak one, a very fragile one. This is actually a really interesting era in the history of Southern politics because, again, you have a large influx of black voters. You have genuine competition between the parties in the South for the first time in 100 years. You have Republicans contesting statewide races in the way they never had before. And you had Democrats trying to hold on and trying to appeal to new voters in the way that they've never really had to before. So the combination of these things results in a lot of interesting changes within the politics of the South. For example, this is the era where education funding becomes a big deal in the South because it's a place where there is bipartisan agreement, where Democrats and Republicans could agree in making these critical investments in state education systems. But that's, again, a separate discussion. This split of, say, white Southern voters backing Republicans for president or even for maybe senator, but voting for Democrats for down ballot, and up north even, liberal voters voting for Democrats on the presidential level, but voting for liberal Republicans to represent them in Congress or in their state house, kind of continues through the 80s. But then we're getting into generational cohort, but time marches and people get older, cohorts change, people die, lawmakers retire. And with new voters and new lawmakers, new politicians, comes more alignment. A liberal Republican retires and a liberal Democrat tries to run as their successor. A conservative Democrat retires and a conservative Republican tries to run as their successor. It's really not until 1994, and at this point we're 30 years after the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it's not until 1994 that you're really seeing this shift begin to take place down ballot, outside the world of presidential politics. Even then, that is engendered not just by the conservative backlash to Bill Clinton, but by change.
So another aspect of it is that the South continued to vote for Democrats long after the civil rights era because they just didn't change party affiliation. So there was states run by the Democratic Party. However, it was like a significantly different Democratic Party that was still trying to enact racial politics and shit like that.
Changes in the political economy of the United States, accelerating deindustrialization of the United States, which really begins in the 70s, but begins to cascade through the 80s into the 90s as the U.S. policymakers embrace a set of market-oriented policies that we now know or we now call neoliberalism. Changes in the nation's political economy influence its electoral politics as well and open up new avenues, new ways of doing things, new approaches. And this is what the 1994 election is. Republicans capitalizing on both narrow political changes. Again, I mentioned this backlash against Clinton, but also these larger structural systemic changes that make Republican politics more viable than they were in the past. So it's in 1994 that you more or less get a complete cohort replacement. Many of the conservative Democrats that had served a long time either lost or retired before that election.
Except for Joe Biden.
Liberal Republicans. In a very real sense, George W. Bush is the first Republican president to represent a uniformly conservative Republican Party. Or to put this a little differently, his father nominated a liberal Republican for the Supreme Court. George W. Bush put Sam Alito on the Supreme Court. And that is the difference. I mean, that's a lot of things going on, but that represents the difference in how the Republican Party becomes uniformly conservative. And the Democratic Party likewise becomes uniformly liberal in a way that it hadn't been before. Black Americans become one of the principal demographics in the party in a way that wasn't true for large parts, if not most, of the 20th century. And even still, even still, there's still ancestral voting happening. You still have voters, conservative voters, who vote for Republicans for president, Republicans for their congressional representatives, and even Republicans for governor, maybe voting for Democrats to represent them in their state house, represent them in their localities. And it's not until 2010 that that basically ends, that finishes, that we see the last of that kind of voting. And not incidentally, 2010 is when really the last liberal Republican, Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania, is gone out of office. Well, if I have this right, and
Arlen Specter switched over. Can he switch from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party? Yeah, 2009. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Specter was a Democrat from 51 to 65, then a Republican from 65 to 2009, and then he switched back to the Democratic Party after 2009. First elected in 1980, he was the longest serving senator from Pennsylvania and had represented the state for 30 years. So he changed his party twice.
We all remember.
Oh, not this one.
fact check myself when I'm editing this. I believe he passes away in 2010. The previous year, he switched parties. So that's the party switch, if you want to call it that.
Oh, I never pinned this video.
Political
Whoops.
demographics driven by events, cohort replacements, all kinds of things happening over the course of the 20th century and into the early 21st century to make the Democratic Party uniformly liberal and the Republican Party uniformly conservative. I'm sure I missed some things here. I'm kind of doing this all off the dome, but these are the broad.
Pretty good.
This is basically what it looks like. And nothing ever really ends. Politics keeps happening, things keep moving. And what we've seen in the last decade is a further realignment. This one across education. Voters with college educations or more are becoming uniformly Democratic.
What up, Ghost Rider? What's up, Fox? How are you? Hope you're having a good day.
And voters without college educations are becoming more and more Republican, mediated, of course, by other demographic characteristics, such as gender and race and ethnicity. But the realignment of educated voters and less educated voters is having profound effects on American politics and even global.
Good, just woke up. Damn, Fox. I'm jealous. Unless you're working night shift, then that makes sense. It makes sense that you got to get that sleep in during the day.
Politics. But as I keep saying, that's another discussion for another video. So I hope this explains some things. Hope you learned some things in this. And if you like this, I'll do it again on a different topic in American politics. There's a lot of them, and I'm happy to talk about as many of them as I can.
From a nap, man, not all day. Oh, my bad, my bad. I hope you had a good nap. Man, I was driving back from work. I'm like, oh, I could use a nap. And then I did not nap. I ate food instead. Yeah, so that was interesting. That was an interesting bit of knowledge from Jamelle Bouie, talking about how the uniformity of the Democratic and Republican Party didn't really happen until 94 for the Democrats and 2001 or 2010. Because there were still portions of both the Republican and Democratic Party that had liberal and conservative wings. So sorry to nerd out for you, but I kind of been wanting to watch that video. But I also wanted to watch this video, Casually Explained Engineering.
This video is sponsored by Say.
We'll watch this one quick. This is a fun short video I wanted to watch. I wanted to mix in fun short videos with the boring ass history videos and politics videos. Whoop. There's still a huge portion of Dems that are conservative. Yes, but that's by their definition, they're still liberals, but even though they're not liberals. What's up, Boss Man? What's up, Dark Senate? Saw you in Cajol's chat earlier. The reason it said I was viewing his stream is because I have Chatterino. And when my Chatterino is open, it says that I'm a viewer in like everybody's stream. at all times. It's kind of cool. Wait, what kind of face cam is that? It's a Logi Brio. I just have better lighting now. My lighting was dog shit in the past, but I brightened my lights, this light here and then this light here. I brightened them, and apparently the quality of my camera has skyrocketed. I like messing with him in other chats too, because he will get pings in those chats. Yes. Yes. Here, let me show you. Let me show you what my Chatterino looks like. This is what my Chatterino looks like. I have tabs for like everybody in here. I have tabs for everybody in here. So if I get pinged in any of these chats, it will pop up in my mentions here. So, is Fear Fox in there? Yeah, it's right here. You don't want to see mine? Ari, how many tabs do you have? I don't even count my tabs anymore. Yeah, that's also how I know who's live, because Twitch fucking sucks at showing me who's live. And that's actually where I get my raid ideas from. Shit. Oh, there it is. Over 100? Nice. Notice he went straight to it. Yeah, I know where everybody's positioned. Because I get the alert that says you're in too many. Oh my God, Ari. But anyway, let's casually watch, casually explain, just like I casually explain at the top of every hour. You can avoid the ads by subbing, by paying $5.99 for a subscription, or getting lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends like Fear Fox. But anyway, here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Plank, you're right here. Plank, you're right here. I got you. You're right next to the lab. And then, ooh, I actually want to move Gumby's here. So I got Gumby's, Rosie, Lab, Plank, Keko. And then I have me and Hassan. Oh, wait, hold on. Plank, you're right here. So I have Gumby's, Rosie, Lab, Plank. I don't know what the white and the gray out means. I don't know what the white and the gray out means. I think that means that there's just messages in there that I haven't read yet. Maybe. I don't know. I need to reset up all my OBS. S-Cow's in here too. S-Cow's right here. White means you have unread messages. Gray is offline, no messages. Okay. That makes sense. But yeah, I have all this shit right here. Are you running up in games tonight? I was thinking about it. I don't know what I wanted to do today, but I'm doing React content first. And I thought like my first like hour or so, first couple hours, there wouldn't exactly be a ton of people in here. So I thought I would just be doing React content. But I've thought about, I still have the original Grand Theft Auto Vice City on my PlayStation 3. Guilty as Sock, that game is amazing. We played it last Friday. And I had fun with it, but there's definitely like some structure problems. Because I was trying to run it. I was trying to run it like an actual court. I was trying to run it like an actual court. And then everybody else was just kind of fucking around. But yeah, we had some fun with it last week. And I imagine we're going to play it again tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what games I'm going to play tonight. I couldn't wake up. No, you're good. You're good, Plank. But anyway, casually explained engineering.
This video is sponsored by Saley. As some of you know, I dropped out of engineering after 1 year to make YouTube videos, which I originally started to try to motivate myself to study for engineering.
Check DMs, Ghosty. Oh boy. Oh boy. scares me. Dude, I'm there when you run it up. Please ping me in the Discord. Okay.
So like every dropout, I still pretend I had it in
I
me.
don't want to miss it when you do. Okay. Okay. I mean, we have the VODs channel too, Fox. If you wanna go back to last week's Unhinged Friday, we did it. We played it. And me and Keko went up against each other twice, and it was kind of funny. I completely fucked over Keko because I basically made it where he had to defend capitalism. It was great. Do keep calling though? Yeah. Keko needs to be around more often so we can make sure we call you, Plank.
I just didn't want to. What I like the most about engineering is that it's an extremely practical field. If you ask a mathematician what this symbol means, he'll say, that's pi. It's the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. But if you ask an engineer what this symbol means, he'll be like, oh yeah, that's 3. Most people know an engineer or two in real life, but don't really understand what they do. To make it simple, when you see a new...
I'm sorry, chat. I need to show you all this. So, Ari just showed me their Chatterino, and they said this is specifically one tab. So they have side chats going on all the time. That's what all of these are. She said it was specifically with one of my tabs. That's nuts. Yeah, I don't do it that way. I'm not reading them every second, but they are there. Yeah, that's why I just go to individual tabs. I don't go to I don't have all of these chats up all the time. Like I just go to the individual tabs. Hey, I know an engineer IRL. Whoop, leak in the DMs. Leak in the DMs. SK, aren't you the engineer? Also, some of my best friends are engineers.
News segment like Russian soldier begs for mercy as Ukrainian grenade drone threatens foxhole. Just know that somewhere an engineer is watching with his girlfriend and is pointing at the screen like, yo, I designed that cargo hatch, dude. This is fucking crazy, bro. What a lot of people get wrong is they think that people go into engineering because they like math and science. This is completely wrong. Engineers don't like math and science, they like money. The math and science you have to do is just an unfortunate side effect. Well, everyone starts engineering by thinking, okay, which type of engineering do I want to do? It very quickly and disappointingly becomes, which type of engineering can I still do? In first year, you just take a bunch of STEM classes, but then at a certain point, everyone has a come to Jesus moment where they have to decide between buckling down, working on their study habits, and accepting no sex life, or if they're going to transfer to business. From there, you'll proceed.
There's a t-shirt that shows the limit of the GPA going to 0 in engineering school is equal to business. And I laughed at it every time because I'm a math nerd. Engine nerd, Ellie, you remember this time? Oh, Ghost Becca said she had never heard me say engine nerd before. How many times do I say it? You say it fairly often. I'm lurking with this chat on my second screen and had to chime in. Of course. It's more like haunting more than lurking. I'll be back on check on you before I go live. No problem, Fox. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it.
Usually experience harder and harder courses until you fail one, traumatizing you into majoring in whatever was the last thing you passed. For example, software engineers scrape by linear algebra, but struggle once things start physically existing. Civil engineers scrape by statics, but struggle if anything moves. Mechanical engineers scrape by thermodynamics, but struggle when things they're working on become alive, and the laws of physics suddenly
Yeah, haunting because I'm scary. Yeah. I mean, you keep calling me a slut, so...
stop working. Chemical and electrical engineers barely scrape by organic chemistry and quantum mechanics, then shake hands with each other and agree that the cream rises to the top. No one goes to grad school because they all have a C average. This is traumatizing because if you hear someone say, yes, I have a PhD, usually everyone is like, oh, very impressive. You must be very smart. But if they say, it's in engineering, everyone thinks you're an idiot. Because getting an undergraduate degree in engineering is like buds training for the Navy SEALs. No one there actually wants to go and fight a war. Everyone knows you just have to do it so you can write a book and go on podcasts. Now, engineers are usually very put together, organized, and prepared people who don't like sudden changes to their plans, spontaneity, or having unchoreographed fun in general. Meaning the only thing they truly fear is girls. This means if you're a girl, dating an engineer can be really difficult because especially on the first few dates, you're constantly wondering, is he just shy and awkward or actually autistic? Even worse is if you're a girl in engineering, because if you ever get frustrated, lean back from your computer and are like, oh, I just don't get how to do this. Well, you should have thought it through, Lily Phillips. This is now a group project. With that said, when it comes to the actual work you'll do, there's a big difference between working on a train and working on a drug.
Don't act like you don't like it for a minute. So I only have to act like I don't like it for a minute? Is that what I'm hearing?
To solve erectile dysfunction, despite them having the same effect on most engineers. So it's important to know what you're signing up for when you're choosing an engineering major, so I'll let you know about each one. Mechanical engineer means you make bombs. Civil engineer means you make targets. Petroleum engineer means you make money. Chemical engineer means you're a chemist. Being a chemist means you're a cashier at a pharmacy. Do not try to correct your confused family members, they will not understand. Electrical engineer means you know that V equals IR, and the rest you can learn on.
Yep, that's it. That's it. Electrical engineering, that's all you need to know. V equals IR, everything else you can look up.
On the job. Materials engineering is just coming up with IRL crafting recipes. Nuclear engineering is trying to explain to everyone for the last 30 years that these are not chimneys. You will be unsuccessful. Software engineering is trying to figure out if you qualify for food stamps. Computer engineering is being relieved that you at least didn't choose software engineering. Biomedical engineering is when you just can't take it anymore and you need at least one class with a girl in it. Mechatronics, I don't know how that got in there. That's not engineering. Now, a lot of people are scared to go into engineering because they've heard it's a lot of work. But the good news is if you found a course really hard, you'll feel a lot better when you tell a senior that you got 52% on your final and they're like, yo, congrats. This might cause people to ask the question, wait, so the people designing rockets and planes might not have even understood what they learned in school? Isn't that a bit worrisome? And not at all. Engineering is about adaptability and problem solving in the real world, not about rote memorization of textbook material. If you're at work and the software says that your design is at risk of structural failure, just double it. That's engineering, baby. Now, the last question you need to ask yourself before going into engineering is the most important one, which is who do you think would win? The combined power of the military-industrial complex, big pharma, the oil industry, and Wall Street all working together, or the English professor who has to teach the engineering ethics class in first year? Because while engineers have some of the most important jobs in society, they also bear a lot of responsibility for the unintended consequences of their actions. And this is why I feel it's my duty to remind students and new graduates of the only question you need to know the answer to, which is when is it okay to violate your moral principles? Exactly. It has to be at least 6 figures. Now, as someone who dropped out of software engineering, it means I barely scraped by first-year linear algebra and am deeply scared of things that physically exist, which is why I like using an electronic SIM card instead of buying physical ones when I travel. With this video's sponsor, Saley, I could do just that. I recently went on a trip
Ethical
to
reacts,
Japan for
ethical
a
reacts.
holiday and to visit some family, and my phone company usually charges me $15 a day for roaming, meaning I would have paid $300 for the time I was there. This is such a bad deal I was about to tear up Japan, but luckily I came to my senses.
Yep, and that's what I did. That's why I did eSIMs, because paying the roaming for my bill would have been a lot of fucking money.
And just by using an eSIM through Saley, I was able to pay just $25 for a month with 20 gigs of data. I found this way more convenient than trying to replace the physical SIM when you land, because you don't have to go through a complicated activation process or immediately realize you were just scammed by a sketchy vendor. Plus, there's no risk of losing your old SIM when you swap it out. If you're going to be in multiple countries, you can also get multi-region coverage or just quickly add a new country whenever you get there. If you'd like to try it out, you can click the link in the description or use the code CASUALLY when you check out on the app for an exclusive 15% discount on your first purchase.
Yay. Yay. All right, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. Time to go over to an important one for JD, or not JD, from JT on second thought. Time for an important one from JT on second thought. Rich people want fascism. I feel like that's pretty relevant nowadays. Fuck. That wasn't supposed to do that. Chat, be sure that you're clicking on the links and watching these side by side. Make sure they get views. Make sure you give them the thumbs up.
This video
Hey,
is
do
sponsored
we all
by
remember when
Saley.
Democrats called
Shit.
Trump a
Shit.
Fascist. He's a fascist.
Shit.
Fascist.
Sorry, that wasn't supposed to start already. That wasn't supposed to start already. But anyway, give Casually Explained a thumbs up. Do it. Chat, do it. 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 Anyway, rich people want fascism from our friend JT over at Second Thought. Click on the link, watch it alongside.
Hey, do we all remember when Democrats called Trump a
Fascist. Fascist. He's a fascist. Fascist.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
But then
Trump has been elected.
The cheers coming up.
and then
I'm going to work to find common ground with the Republicans on how we can do that.
We fought like heck on where our values.
Chat, this is fucking just like December 2023 when Joe Biden properly called what Trump's policies Hitlerian. And then literally 2 to 3 months later, Joe Biden is trying to pass the same fucking immigration policy that Trump was trying to fucking force through. Oh, it's so fucking frustrating.
We're assaulted.
I gotta get water. I'll be right back.
And we'll continue to do so. But that does not mean we will not aggressively look for common ground.
after yet another most important election of your life, Democrats have neatly tucked away the F word and are, once again, excitedly collaborating with the Trump admin. If this was your first election, I'll tell you right now, this isn't new. It's not the first time we've seen Democrats call out Trump's fascist tendencies for election brownie points before quietly backing his anti-immigrant, pro-business policies once the show's over. And there are 1,000 different explanations for this.
Chat, I'm getting a phone call from my aunt. Give me a second. All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry. My aunt, they used my aunt's phone to call me. My grandparents wanted to wish me a happy birthday. So my grandmother, who notoriously leaves us on the phone for like hours and hours at a time, was on the phone with me. And I was trying to figure out the right thing to say. And I basically just said, Grandma, I love you, but I'm literally live on the internet right now. And I have people watching me right now. So I said, I have off tomorrow. I can talk to you guys tomorrow. and then I said it to her at the beginning. I don't think she knows what streaming is. And she goes, well, what are you doing now? I'm like, I'm streaming right now. I'm literally live on the internet right now. And she goes, oh, what are you doing tonight? I'm like, I'm probably going to stream for probably all night. So then thankfully my aunt came on the phone and I said, hey, I'm literally live on my Twitch channel right now. I have 10 people on my stream right now and I'm literally live right now. And she's like, oh, okay. She's like, we'll talk to Grandpa real quick. He'll say happy birthday for 30 seconds. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. So, yeah. Anyway, back to the React content. You guys see the Elon's tweet about Epstein today? Yeah, that Donald Trump's in the Epstein files. Yeah, I thought we knew that because I thought it came out that like everybody was all libbed up for a while, talking about how Donald Trump was named in a lawsuit about doing SA on a minor. But mommy and daddy are fighting. Yeah, let it happen, baby. Let them fight. Let them fight. What's up, Prodigy son?
Trend. We could try to understand it by looking at exit polls in specific districts, campaign donations in key races, or by focusing on whatever Fetterman is doing. But I think the best way to understand this comfortable alliance between liberals and the far right actually comes from looking a little farther back at the last 100 years. The last century is full of moments where liberals fall.
What's up, Nick? Happy birthday, man. You look younger. Yes. It's because I have better lighting. It's because I have better lighting and my camera, the lighting has made my camera quality way better. So that's what's happened. Technically, my dad has gotten younger. He continues to claim this every year that I get older. He claims that he gets younger based on percentages. Because based on percentages, I'm getting closer to 100%. To his 100%. So he's technically getting younger. No, you're just getting more good looking with time. I don't think that's true. I think y'all need glasses.
All in line behind right-wing dictators. The US pushed fascists into power in dozens of coups. The German center, national, and Christian right parties all folded for the Nazi party. And so too did the Chilean Christian Democrats line up behind Pinochet. If we want to actually understand this link, though, we'll need to go even further back. Moments like these all came in the last few minutes before far-right leaders took over. And focusing on them makes it seem like liberals are only ever forced into supporting fascism when they have no other choice. And that's just really not.
I love this video. This video is awesome. I love this video so far.
True. Liberals kind of love fascism.
Yep.
Not all of it, not always.
Okay, an example is the Joe Biden administration sicking the fucking police on Palestinian demonstrators on college campuses, and now Donald Trump and the Donald Trump administration are taking advantage of that fact by imposing severe restrictions on freedom of speech and deporting fucking residents of the United States.
But they do like what it can do for them. And to really see that, we should start with Brussels in 1920.
Yes! I love Second Thought videos. They have so much history and they're so entertaining and everything. This is what I strive to be with my videos.
Howdy friends, JT from the future here. I just wanted to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for Means TV, both because it's awesome and
ethical reacts
on YouTube is looking like more and more of a losing proposition. If you're not familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned cooperative and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos to original series.
Chat, I'm gonna take a look to see how much I need to do to set up my PS3 for streaming.
For freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. I've been working behind the scenes to help turn Means into a place that's both worthwhile for viewers as well as offering financial security for socialist creators in an increasingly reactionary political landscape. Every creator on the platform has a unique link that when anyone signs up using that link, that creator directly benefits from the subscription. I have mine in the description below, but if you really appreciate another creator's work, make sure to use their link instead. All of us at Means are trying really hard to build an alternative media ecosystem that is ideologically dedicated to sharing left-wing perspectives. With Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm. Means gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with each other and fans right on the platform. As a little thank you for watching our channel, if you sign up with our link, or another creator's if you prefer, you can get your first month 20% off. Or for an even better deal, you can opt for the annual plan and get the whole year 20% off. A full year of Means TV will run you less than $90, which is like the cost of a single DoorDash meal these days. Every person who signs up using a creator's link is directly contributing to the financial stability of that channel and the entire cooperative media project. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Means TV is entirely grassroots funded, and it always will be. So if you'd like to help support our work, consider signing up for Means TV using the link below. It really does help the team here at Second Thought and dozens of principled socialist creators across the platform. Thanks for your support. All right, back to the video.
Okay, I just need the power cable now. I think I'm good to go.
Completely transformed European politics for a million different reasons.
Oh, there was
For
bodies
starters,
there.
because of the war effort, most European countries sort of gave up on free market capitalism. They realized their survival couldn't depend on business owners and their profit-first priorities, so governments took over, organizing production, foreign trade, resource allocation, labor markets, bringing tons of private companies into the public's hands, and guaranteeing a new baseline social welfare while also dropping the gold standard to free up government budgets from artificial restraints. They needed to get things done. Surviving the war meant dramatic changes, and those changes actually had some pretty interesting consequences. Not only did they fundamentally undermine the widespread idea that free market capitalism was this all-capable, perfectly functioning system that's in tune with the very essence of human nature, because if it was, why bother with all this stuff? But also, by getting the state explicitly involved and making it super obvious just how much of the economy is just random autocrats calling the shots, governments completely destroyed any idea that capitalism and its hierarchies had anything natural or democratic about them. Instead of the market, you now had a very clear idea of specifically which people were deciding what happened to you. And rather than being forced to do stuff with the threat of unemployment, and whatever percent the government thought was acceptable, workers were suddenly being disciplined by the state directly if they didn't comply with the war effort. Meaning once it was clear to most people that you didn't need the profit motive to get things done, and that governments could run economies to send thousands to die, workers organized so that they could use these same powers to instead make their lives better. And wow, did they organize.
That's right. That's right, chat. Unions.
In Italy and Britain, for example, worker strikes reached unprecedented scale. 35 million workdays were spent striking in Britain in 1919, and 2.5 million workdays were spent striking in Italy in April of that year alone.
Yo!
1919
Yo!
and 1920 are affectionately called the Red Years in Italy for just how popular communism and socialism became at this time. And with that came new attempts at doing the economy without capital.
Chat, that is withholding your labor to get better working conditions for yourself, to get better social welfare, to get better benefits, to get better pay. That's how you do it.
Capitalists. Just like what was happening in the Soviet Union, Italian workers organized in factory councils, managing hundreds of factories and industries like agriculture much more democratically, and turning huge chunks of the national economy away from the profit motive. Not only that, where capitalists were still around, workers went on strike for the same comforts as the upper classes, like social insurance for sickness, disability, and old age. And thanks to all these efforts, not only did things massively improve, their wages went up. Like, a lot. 2 times in Britain, and almost 5 times in Italy compared to what they were before the war.
That's fucking amazing. Twice the pay from Britain, and 4 times the pay in Italy. Wow.
Now, not everybody was happy about this. Workers getting their fair share meant more and more of the wealth created at this time didn't go to business owners, like it usually did. And I don't have to tell you that that's a really good thing. Only a teeny tiny 1.7% of Italians were capitalists, but they were getting about 1/3 of the wealth produced in the early 1910s. Most of the population was working class, so the fact that capitalists ever kept more than 1.7% of the total pie was a highly unequal thing. But hey, whoa, look at this. Look what's happening there after 1922. That's interesting. After a few years of money being spread more equally thanks to workers striking and getting a say in things, that 1.7% in Italy is suddenly making a lot more of all the money. That's fascism. That right there, that's Mussolini. Wait, I forgot about Brussels. Shit. From September 25th to October 8th, 1920, Brussels hosted the International Financial Conference. This conference was attended by economists, but also bankers and treasury officials, and hardly anybody representing workers. Hailing from countries across Europe...
That's because they wouldn't allow workers in that fucking thing. That's because they think workers are dirty.
These wealthy technocrats came together to discuss the fact that capitalism wasn't so hot anymore, that it was digging into their profits, and that people were starting to feel just a little too hopeful that their lives might improve as they were getting rid of it in more and more places. They were eager to go back to business as usual, but to quote a financier who attended, "The manual workers were encouraged to expect, and do expect, some new way of life, some great betterment of their lot. These changes, they believe, can be achieved if the system of private industry is replaced by a sort of government or common ownership. Something that these workers had started proving could actually work." But that's not the point. What sort of a better life were people hopeful for after the war and rationing? According to the report Brussels issued, very basic things like superfluous, excessive consumption of butter and sugar. Basically, the proles were making too many cakes. So, naturally, these jerks decided it was time to invent a new kind of dictatorship. Enter fascism. To restore business owners' status at the top of society, they needed to engineer a new economy that would arbitrarily punish workers while making it seem like this was an objective necessity. And they had a few ideas. You might have heard of them before. It's a package of policies called austerity. In 6 short words, work hard, live hard, save hard. An austerity economy is one that tries to get you to spend more time at work, producing more stuff, making less money, while cutting your spending so that the stuff you make goes straight to exports. This makes your life worse, but it does make rich assholes richer. They're encouraged to save and reinvest their money. Meanwhile, you're chastised for not saving money you don't have because less is coming into your pockets. To achieve this, economists wanted to use 3 tools: fiscal, monetary, and industrial austerity measures. In their wildest dreams, governments would start by 1. Cutting social spending on health, education, and housing.
Chat, does this sound familiar? Does this methodology sound familiar? Like maybe the United States is adopting this methodology? Maybe this is laying the groundwork to allow fascism to rise within the country, which is making all of our lives worse and making a lot of rich people even more money.
2. Increase taxes that mainly hurt workers, like VAT taxes on everyday goods, while at the same time lowering income and wealth taxes so that the rich pay less. 3. Increase the interest rate. This benefits capitalists with enough money to lend out, since now doing so is more profitable, and it makes borrowing money more expensive for those living paycheck to paycheck. It also usually makes unemployment go up, which goes very well with 4. Privatizing and selling off state assets at bargain bin prices, deregulating away workers' rights, and going on a union-busting spree. This was their dream, an opportunity to try out what they called pure economics, More accurately, economic policy that doesn't have to contend with what workers want. An economy where every human can be completely isolated.
That's basically fucking slavery. That's basically fucking slavery. That you're forcing the workers to do whatever you fucking want.
From each other, preyed upon by those with more power, and made to work as much as physically possible before collapsing and being replaced by someone completely interchangeable from the economist's point of view. Whose dream was this exactly? These guys. Here are 4 Italian economists. 2 of them committed fascists, the other 2 committed liberals. All of them were committed to the same project of pure economics, and when workers got in the way, they felt perfectly comfortable with the dictatorial power it would take to implement and sustain their ambitions. Because the problem is that it's hard to convince people to accept policies that'll make their lives objectively worse. Once austerity is locked in, of course, you don't need to convince anybody anymore. They have no other way to survive than to work inhumane hours, live frugally, and save as much as possible to make it to the next month.
Yep.
But before things run on autopilot, it was going to take a little muscle to get people on board. And that was what Il Duce was for. This is the argument Clara Mattei makes in The Capital Order, the book I've been referencing throughout this video. That was her graph earlier. She's the one who found all those quotes. According to Mattei, fascism wasn't just a fascist project. Historically, fascist parties were never popular with a majority of the population. No, fascism was first and foremost a technocratic project that brought together both the far right.
I'm lurking at work, but wanted to say happy birthday. Thank you, Gigas. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you, Giga. I hope work's not too boring for you. And I hope I can entertain you while you finish up work.
And liberals intent on testing out their economic theories to protect the capitalist system from the rising tide of communist support, while making them and their buddies richer. And Mussolini was the guy to deliver on those technocrats' ambitions. Unlike liberal leaders, Mussolini was happy to give these technocrats key roles in his fascist government. Happy to clear the path for them by massacring communists and unionists, and happy to allow their technocratic attacks on the working class to take shape. To illustrate how bad this was, during the fascist years, unions were crushed and workers' salaries were slashed so dramatically that workers' earnings in 1946 fell all the way back to what they were 30 years earlier, in 1911.
God
before
damn.
those 5 times gains we talked
Holy
about earlier.
shit.
And these economists...
Dude, fascism literally dragged Italy back 30 fucking years. Oh my God. And we fucking voted for this shit. We voted for this shit to happen in the United States.
Couldn't be happier about it. Pantaleone, one of the fascists, frequently talked about using the fascist stick in an extermination war against the socialists. No surprises there. Fascists are anti-communists. But Ricci and Einaudi, our liberals, were equally enthusiastic about fascist repression. Writing in The Economist, Einaudi applauded their fascist government for stepping in when the worst happened. Meaning by that, the fact that workers who set up councils in factories took the first steps towards replacing capitalism with communist democracy. The purges, executions, arrests, and complete obliteration of communists and socialists and the impoverishment of the Italian working class were applauded and egged on.
Just like we're getting dragged back 30 years? No. We're getting dragged back about 70 years right now. 30 years would be the 90s, chat. 30 years would be the 90s. The 90s were pretty decent, comparatively. Chat, 30 years ago was 1995. How old are we? We feel so old. I feel so goddamn old. Yeah, abortion was allowed in the 90s. Yeah. Incredible interview with Feroz Sindwa just now, by the way. Oh, on Hassan's? I'm very far behind on Hassan right now. 30 years ago was 1975, bro. No, Otto. No, it was not. No, it was not.
By top liberals looking for a return of excessive capitalist profits. The state changed its priorities to make capitalists richer at workers' expense. limiting its spending to handouts for factory owners while workers slowly starved. Exploitation and unemployment increased.
Yeah, honest on. Okay.
Consumption went down. And fascism was there to keep everyone in line with its black shirts and hide that exploitation under the guise of national duty, stoking patriotic fervor to shut up socialist.
I started high school in 1995. Yeah. Psh, I wasn't even alive 30 years ago. You don't get a day over 34? Thanks, Otto. I appreciate it. Wait, Giga. You're one of the youngins? You're one of the youngins? You're not one of us olds? You're not one of us olds? I'm 38. It was a joke. Okay. To be fair, as an 8-year-old, are you actually alive? Are you actually alive, or are you just kind of going through the motions at that point and making sure that you get good grades?
Minded workers. And this didn't stay within Italy's borders. Like I've said,
happy birthday. Hope it's been a good one. I worked this morning and I got paid good. Oh, very good point. Yeah. I got paid this morning. So I'm pretty happy about it. And I have off tomorrow, but I have 36 on Saturday. I have 2 rounds on Saturday, 2 rounds on Monday. So I'm making money to start the month. Imagine being in your 30s. Couldn't be me. Yeah. What's that like, Escow?
These gentlemen had a platform in The Economist, a British magazine, to sell fascism abroad. But even without official representatives, magazines like The Times whitewashed fascism as simply, quote, an anti-waste government. And there are 100 more examples of sweeping the fascist violence, anti-Semitism, and anti-worker policies under the rug. In Germany, too, the Italian project didn't go unnoticed. Basing himself off of Mussolini's March on Rome, Hitler attempted his own putsch to gain supreme power. His timing wasn't right, though.
It's because Escow's 25, so people tell me. Yeah.
He had to wait about a decade, with the Weimar Republic beginning its own journey into austerity politics following the Wall Street crash, for a terrified Hindenburg to appoint him and his capitalist-backed party to the chancellorship. The 1920s scared the German ruling class into austerity. Knowing how violent it would be for German workers, protecting the German upper class's profits required the same cocktail of patriotism and economic duress we saw in Italy. And there was Hitler, sailing in as a political entrepreneur ready to capture public anger and steer it away from the communist direction, tempting Europe away from capitalism. Under his rule, collective bargaining and strikes were outlawed.
Yep.
Unions were abolished. Socialist literature.
They threw trade unionists, socialists, and communists into the camps before they threw Jewish people into the camps.
Was burned. Communists, socialists, anarchists, and trade unionists
Pre-watch.
were imprisoned and executed
Pre-watch.
alongside Jewish people,
Pre-watch.
black people, queer people, Slavs, and the disabled, protecting the system of profit accumulation from the challenge of popular unrest at a horrifying human cost, quashing all democratic hope but delivering capitalists protection. Here's the truth. Liberals are never forced into fascism. To them, fascism is just another means to an end. During what they might call the good times, when workers aren't organizing too much, not making a fuss, they get to set up more and more of their pure economics and slowly make your life worse. But once those conditions become unbearable, once the hope for an alternative starts to grow, once workers start carving out an alternative for themselves, suddenly the nightmare of true democracy scares them into violence. Once the indicators start going down...
Chat, the violence he's implying is literally sicking police and the military on workers, which is what we've been seeing over and over and over again over the last 20 years.
And the boss gets nervous, suddenly all the violence the state is capable of becomes invisible to them. Shooting protesters...
Shouldn't white supremacists hate Hitler? He's responsible for the death of more white people than any other person in history. I mean, I don't think white supremacists consider Jewish people white. Otto. And also, white supremacists also see all those other people as inferior beings, as subhuman as well. All the German soldiers plus the civilians. No, they still liked all the other shit that he did. All the Allied soldiers. Otto, they don't think that deeply. Also, you're getting dangerously close, so I recommend you stop going down this thought path of being a Nazi and white supremacist apologist. I understand you're joking and you're trying to make a joke, but these are also just words on the screen, so people may not understand the context of your personality on the stream.
Locking up union leaders, censoring the free press, racist dog whistles becoming explicit hate speech. As long as they can get the numbers they care about going up again, it's all the price we have to pay. It just won't be them paying the price. It'll be you and me. Fascism never scared liberals like it should scare you. As long as they benefit from the fascism they enable, liberals will never be on our side.
Yep. This is why the famous phrase, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, is used. Because liberals also like fascism. It's a comment on how moronic modern racists are. That's fair. I understand that. But the rabbit hole you were diving down, I felt was getting slightly out of control. So I was reeling you back in, Otto. Also, literally all those other people that fought against Hitler were considered subhuman. So they don't consider them white people. White supremacists are stupid. Remember, they considered Irish people not white for periods of time. And they also considered Italians not white, despite the fact that literally Italians were the ones that perfected fascism for them. Anyway, chat, we could do more React content. We could do more React content, or we can do or I could boot up GTA Vice City on my PS3. Time for random pit. Deathloop is free on Epic Game. Would recommend. It's a lot of fun. Really? I didn't know that game was. That's good to know. Deathloop is pretty cool. I've seen a couple people play it. Try not to dox myself. Why do I have Epic Games on my PC? Is that the Fortnite launcher? I'd rather not play a game than get it on Epic. Yeah. Don't be a Steam supremacist. Listen, Steam fucked me for Pajama Sam 5, so. No, I don't like Steam that much either, but Epic is garbage. Yeah, Epic is pretty bad. Epic is pretty bad. I haven't even logged into Epic for so long. Epic is doo-doo. I haven't been in Epic for so long that I literally had to confirm everything. I had to confirm everything, and I had to re-agree to all the licensing agreements and stuff. Okay, I can't even I couldn't even update Epic. Oh, wait, I could there. Mega sale? It's a mega sale, chat. Free. I'll just throw it into my library. I'll Fall Guys too. Tiny Tina, one of my favorite games, was the Epic exclusive for 9 months. And the second it came out on Steam, I bought it again because I couldn't stand the crashing. No, I don't want to share my email with Bethesda. Fuck that. I've been using that Lose It app, and I don't know if the scale we have is accurate or not, but based on the Lose It app, I lost 10 pounds. Nice. Never had a problem with Epic. I've never had a problem with Epic either, personally. Oh my God, my Fortnite is updating. That's going to take forever, and it's probably going to fuck up my... Yeah, no, that's probably going to fuck up my internet, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that right now. Is it going to be Go soon? I'm not fucking playing this. I'm not playing that fucking video. I've played that video one too many times on stream. I'm not fucking playing it, JD. Also play with the controller. I had to open Steam, open Epic Launcher inside Steam, and then open Tiny Tina. Damn. That's kind of annoying as fuck. Also, the Phillies suck. The Phillies suck. They lost today. It's the best video, though. It's not. It's not the best video. All right. Let's watch Reacteria. Reacteria, a useless video about useless organs. RIP. No, that video. Fuck that video. That video annoys me. That video annoys me mostly because JD tries to get me to play it for like long periods of time. And then I play it. I'm like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. What did I miss? I was AFK working out. Sorry. No, you're good. We just did React content to Second Thought. Now we're going to do React content to Reacteria. Tears them a new one so much. It's so funny. It's cinema. Keko knows he has good taste. Yeah, good for Keko. I can disagree with Keko. It's okay. It's okay to have disagreements with your friends about stuff. It's okay. Because if you have disagreements, then you can hash it out in a court. Like we'll probably do tomorrow. Anyway, here we go. Let's start it.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to Reacteria. Today, we're back.
I was going to go fishing in West Virginia. Maybe I'll hang out, watch some forest.
With another horrible
You
video
can do both.
from our old friends John and Jane, who are here
Laborers Marketplace
to let you
ideas.
know about vestigial structures. This is a very early episode in their series, and it's also really short, so I've kind of been putting off addressing it for a long time. But with a thumbnail like this, I just couldn't resist clicking on it any longer. Before I begin, however, I'd like to thank my patrons on Patreon, as well as my channel members.
Mountain Mama.
You are all the reason why this channel has grown as much as it has, and why it will continue to grow into the future.
Curious what your stance on the supposed proposal to do away with property tax nationwide. I think it's stupid. I think property tax is like the one wealth tax that we do as a country. That's a good thing. And I think we should actually have property taxes for religious entities as well. Because Scientology has a fuck ton of real estate and property that they should definitely be paying taxes on. But that's my thoughts on it. Because I think wealth taxes are a good thing. I graduated from WVU 5 years ago. Monka. Oh. JD. Oh, 5 years ago? Never mind. I was going to say, I went to West Virginia for a baseball series over the weekend. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. I went to West Virginia for a baseball series, but that was 10 years ago.
Future. And
God,
if
I'm
you
so old.
can't become
I've
a
been
channel
back
member
since.
or a
Probably for the
patron
best.
Right now, that's totally okay. Just please make sure that you're subscribed and that you click that like button. It's difficult to succinctly explain.
LOL, but my question is, what do you think we get in return for property taxes? I drove for West Virginia, lots of fun twisties. No, I miss it. West Virginia's a vibe. I mean, I had a good time. What do you mean? Schools are literally funded by property taxes. Dark Senate. Like, that's not, I don't think that's a good thing because rich neighborhoods just create rich school systems that provide a shit ton of resources to their students, which don't go to neighborhoods that can't raise that much money in property taxes. So, like, if you get rid of property taxes, you're defunding public schools. And public schools are defunded enough as it is. So, I don't think it's a bad thing. I get that, but now non-affluent people can afford the suburbs then? That's... No, they can't. They can't afford the suburbs. Property taxes are not the reason that people can't afford the suburbs. Having down payments, not having down payments for the houses are the reason that people can't afford suburbs. And also the reason people can't afford suburbs are fucking landlords buying property and then renting it out for Airbnbs. That is a huge reason people can't afford the suburbs. Property taxes being a reason that people can't afford suburbs is a bad faith talking point. That's my biggest no. I'm sorry. That's fine. All right, what's this clip?
I
see something.
Wants a taste of the
Heads up, we got baby face.
I got the champers.
What do you call it? The overhyped.
There we
go.
go.
I don't know what I'm trying to say. Champagne's not good, and the fact that it's like a
no,
stout
no,
symbol
You're
is
fucking
stupid.
lying. Champagne is amazing. But not
Champagne
as
sucks.
amazing as avoiding the top of the ad break. Every hour running 3 minutes. I run a 3-minute ad to avoid pure ads for any new viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But anyway, here comes a 3-minute ad break after this point I'm about to make. I mean, we have apartments close to our area, but our suburbs bitch about it. Fuck your suburbs. Fuck your suburbs. Your suburbs are gatekeeping. They're fucking gatekeeping. Mixed income neighborhoods are a fucking good thing. So when these assholes that are in the suburbs insisting that we can't have apartments, we can't build housing for homeless people, they are fucking pieces of shit. 1010 setup from Gumby? Yes. Your property tax should be proportional to how many lights you have on your camera background. True. Except I don't pay property taxes because I fucking rent. I'll never get tired of that cut. Yeah. But anyway, Dark Senate. Fuck those people in the suburbs. NIMBYs, yes, not in my backyard. NIMBYs are people that are saying not in my backyard. I can't say I disagree, though. To be honest, we moved to the suburbs to get away from the normal city. Okay. I support mixed income neighborhoods. How else can I dunk on the poorest? Have you heard of Marin County, California? No, I have not. Apartments are not a problem. Okay? Because apartments can house a lot of people. We currently have 500,000 people that are not housed. Let's house them first. Okay? Cardboard McMansions, yeah. I love the city. I love being able to walk to the store and walk to work. Yes, I was getting to that. Having everything within walking distance makes life better for everybody around them. These suburbs people that are complaining about it are usually racist, usually discriminatory towards poor people, and don't actually want to see poor people back on their feet, and are also just selfish pieces of shit saying, oh, my property values are going to go down, despite the fact that your property values don't fucking matter. You have a roof over your head. Okay, where am I going to park my lifted F-350 Super Duty Max Raptor Edition 4x4 all-wheel drive premium? Marin County is the wealthiest county in the country, and they are super fucking NIMBY. Also, where I currently am at work right now. Back to a message I said a few minutes ago. You didn't see 1010 setup from Gumbies? Yeah. I'm sorry, Dark Senate, if I'm coming off as hostile. Before, what the fuck? NIMBY, couldn't be me. Imagine putting down 80% down payment for a house and getting denied for the loan. Oh, yeah. SCal put an 80% down payment for a house and got denied. For a suburb. I respect you regardless. That's fine. But like, Those are all bad faith talking points, Dark Senate, and that's what I'm here for, is to bat away bad faith talking points. And to say that property taxes are the reason that people can't afford houses is the dumbest shit ever. Abundance, yeah. You have a point, but still I'd like the suburbs to stay as they once were. I'd like the suburbs to stay as they once were. No, you don't. No, you don't. Dark Senate, you like driving 15 minutes to go to the grocery store? You like driving 30 minutes to go to work? You like not having public transportation and the fact that you have to pay for gas literally every time you have to go somewhere? You like that you can't walk anywhere? You like that there are no parks that you can walk to? What's the point of a down payment if it's 80%? You almost could buy it in cash. Yeah, but you should not pay for houses in cash. Or not having buses because they bring the wrong element. Yeah. Shout out walkable cities. Yes. Build a wall and make the apartment dwellers pay for it. Dark Senate. The people that are complaining about apartments near their suburbs want things to be segregated again. So when you say things like, I want suburbs to be what they were back in the day, suburbs literally only existed because white people wanted to get away from brown people in the cities. It was called white flight. There are some areas in Ohio where property taxes are some people's monthly income or more than average cars. I mean, we drive 20 minutes to eat into the grocery anyway. But you don't have to drive 20 minutes. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to drive 20 minutes. The reason suburbs are the way they are is because white landlords redline the areas, not allowing black homeowners in those areas and pushing them to areas that are ignored, thus making sure that the black and people of color get lower funding and shitty infrastructure. Thank you, Ari. Sorry, I went away for a second. I had to FaceTime with a girl I have been going on a couple dates with. Looking forward to jumping the shark so I can just say girlfriend. Nice. What have you done in a car? True. Facts. But, okay, I'm going to snooze this ad briefly. But yeah, if you don't own a car, you're fucked. Driving 20 minutes is unacceptable? Yes. You should be able to walk 20 minutes. You should be able to take public transportation. But literally the suburbs exist is because of white people wanting to move away from brown people in the cities. Dark Senate, we'll have this conversation on the other side. I have to run the ad, unfortunately. I hate the poors, though. How are you going to fix that issue? Okay, apparently I need to find a video on... is there a second thought video on NIMBYs and shit? I don't always feel like operating heavy machinery when I need to go somewhere. Yeah. Actually, Hassan literally watched this video yesterday. I was just watching it. Fuck, I don't know what video he watched. It was really good though. I think we watched this. I think Otto's just being a menace again. Yeah. Some people should not be driving cars. Yep. Look up Marion County NIMBYs sometime. Hey, can you operate your machinery to the store for me, please? I need some drinks. Happy B-Day. Thank you, Nomar. I appreciate it. It's also selfish. Cars are bad. Why do they have so many banger songs? God damn it. The video that Hassan played was so fucking good, too. Fuck, I think it was 2 days ago. All right, let me see if I can play it. Cars are so in the Cars cinematic universe. Cars are so bad. Explain the Hassan theory of Cussy. Did Otto change his name because he hated me calling him Phil? Yeah, probably. There's literally people dating their cars, not joking. No, I know that, Prodigy son. Let me find a good video. I feel like we watched this. No, we'll watch this. I'm pretty sure this is a good video. I think it's a good video. We have 2 parks in walking distance. The closest Kroger, 5 minutes for us, is shit, to be honest, so we drive 20 minutes. Okay. But what if you didn't have a car? Okay, I don't know what the thing anymore is. /S serious or sarcasm? Jay's joking. Jay's joking. /S is sarcasm. All right. We are going to watch Vienna's radical idea on why mixed income housing is a good idea. And it's so good that literally Austria can't get rid of it. I don't drive, but I always have someone take me places. Oh, you have someone take you places? What if you don't have those people to take you places? Brother. Let's watch this. Vienna's radical idea, affordable housing for all. It's called privilege, brother. Yep.
Imagine living in a city where you can afford beautiful homes. A city that
Fair point, but that's not the case. But you're also thinking of only yourself. That's what I'm getting at.
Quality with affordability.
Hi, Muggle. Thank you, Sakuragor, for the gifted sub. Yeah, she dropped some gifties earlier.
Housing unaffordability is not just a crisis for the United States. You see it in cities as diverse as Caracas, Moscow, Rio de Janeiro.
The UN estimates that despite the pandemic, over 60% of the world's population will live in cities by 2030.
Urbanization is going to keep growing at a tremendous rate, and so we're really going to need to look at how do we build in a manner that's livable, it's affordable.
There is somewhere, though, that seems to be keeping the housing crisis at bay.
I understand, but when it comes to self-preservation, I can't help but put that first. Yes, you can. You've been trained your whole life living in this neoliberal nightmare that you have to take care of yourself first. Okay? If we all work together and do what's best for everyone, we all end up better off. This is literally how human beings survived as long as they did. When human beings only care about themselves and their own self-interests, everything goes to shit. Hyper-individualism. Thank you, Plank. We survive better taking care of each other. Yes, it is better to take care of other people than to put other people down. It is not a zero-sum game. It's not a zero-sum game, meaning it's not if Peter makes $2, that takes $2 away from Paul. That's not how this works. Like in the country, when you're out of eggs or milk, you go to the neighbor and you still get your cake made for that dinner. Yeah. Hybrid individualists, when they say America is dying. Yeah.
The Austrian capital, Vienna, is one of the most affordable major cities in the world. It also tops the charts for quality of life. And how they got there may offer up some tips for cities globally.
Also, this is insane that Bloomberg is doing this. Bloomberg is like the most neoliberal shit ever. Was there something about how corporations made more profit with DI or something? Yes. Yes, they do make more money with DEI, with diverse boards and everything like that. Like when the neighborhood takes turns to mow disabled vet's lawn. Yeah. In the country woods. Rights aren't like pie. Someone getting equal rights doesn't take shit away from you. Yeah. You need people who proverbially wipe your privileged ass living nearby, or you're going to have to wipe it yourself.
This is Aspern-Seestadt in the suburbs of Vienna, one of the largest new urban developments currently under construction in Europe. Seestadt is being built on a former airfield and has a man-made swimming lake at its center.
Bidet?
60 to
Yeah, if you use a bidet, you don't have to wipe shit. Well, I mean, you got to wipe a little.
70% of the apartments built here will be allocated to affordable housing, some of which are designed by their occupants.
We all know how tough it is to bring new urban quarters to life, to make them feel like the old parts of the city that have this patina that we all love. So we introduce a new model of collaborative housing.
Self-developed.
I'm listening. I just don't know what else to say. It's fine, Dark Senate. I don't agree with your opinion. And I'm explaining why I don't agree with your opinion. As you can see, a lot of the chatters have a lot of knowledge on this. The whole point of this stream is to learn and become better people. So that is what we're going to do together, which is why I stopped viewing another video that I was watching so we can watch this together and learn from how other countries are doing it. Never used a bidet before. I've heard good things though. Yeah, bidets are great. They're incredible. Put another queer vid in the Discord. No, I don't know nothing about Muffin.
It's multifamily housing originated in Berlin and Freiburg, sort of emanating from the squatters movement. These are groups of people, and oftentimes families, or people who are organized around a certain ideology like the environment or living in solidarity. They will work to design and build their own multifamily housing.
Collaborative housing is one of the innovative ways subsidized apartments are being built in Vienna.
Now, apart from being something really special of having the opportunity to design your own apartment within a subsidized housing project, what is very important about these projects is that they think about so many things. They will introduce regularly co-working spaces, rooms for seminars, or a big kitchen that can be used by everybody. But the most important part is that these people that have worked together on designing their own apartments and their own building form a community, a lively community. So we have found out that they work as a community magnet, and they are the ones that will bring life to a new urban quarter.
I guess I understand everyone's point here, but I just thought you figure shit out on your own, or you don't. Honestly, can't relate. Vid just a tad low. My bad. No, we all help each other out here, and we all help other people out. This is the world that we want to see. Be the change that you want to see in the world. That's what we do here. That is the whole point of this YouTube channel. The whole point of this Twitch channel is to support other people and to show that the world will become a better place if we all help each other. Divided we beg, united we bargain. Yes. No one figures anything out on their own. Yes.
When it comes to affordability, Seestadt is not an exception. Vienna is growing rapidly, and to meet the demand, every year it builds at least 7,000 affordable housing units, about half of all the apartments built in the city. 62% of the Viennese population already live in this type of accommodation.
Chat, 7,000 units are built every fucking year. 7,000. That's amazing. Yeah, like I start melting if I don't get my daily recommended value in Ghost Rider. 7,000 is nothing. I mean, it's nothing. I understand it's nothing. But every year, 7,000 units every fucking year, meaning they're continuing to build every fucking year. Then they renovate. They're going to say at this point, too, they renovate 5,000 every year as well. Like if I ask neighbors in our area for something and they don't know you're from there and live there, you'd most likely get the door shut in your face. That doesn't exactly sound like a neighborhood I want to be in. And you want to live there? You want to live in neighborhoods like that, in suburbs like that? Vienna also had more people living in 1910 than it does now. It's not apples and oranges compared to the cities that have had explosive growth in the 20th century. Correct. Correct. You're not wrong, Otto. Was your Spartan baby left out in the woods your product of metaphorical village? Yes.
Public housing blocks, which are apartments that belong entirely to the city of Vienna, are just one part of the affordable housing portfolio. The city's been building them at a steady pace since the 1920s. Many other countries also tried to make this model work, but few have succeeded.
But I mean, unless I know people, I kind of react the same way. That sounds like a you thing. I even have panic buttons nearby. Dark Senate, I hate to break it to you. You have fallen for all of the propaganda that you've been told your whole life, that there are people literally trying to kill you and literally trying to take things from you. And that if you help these people that are trying to take things from you, that they will just become lazy. Is that another thought that you have, that if you give people things that they will no longer work hard anymore? Because I'm willing to bet, based on what you have said so far in this chat, that is also things that you have. Me neither. I want to live in a neighborhood where I can tell my neighbor to take my trash can out on Friday because I'm on a work trip, and they grab my packages when they are on the stoop and give them to me after work. Yeah. Most people I know would say that. Dark Senate. Do you know that crime has gone down dramatically since the 1990s? Do you know that? But they react worse than I do? Okay. But do you understand that crime has gone down since the 90s? Like, dramatically. Dramatically gone down since the 90s. If I don't know someone or even forget who someone is, I'm polite and helpful. If I know someone and like that someone, I do things like yell and hug them. Yeah. So, like, you don't like people closing the door on your face when you ask for something or you ask for help or anything like that. So why would you treat other people like that? I have 3 pillars that I live by. I have three pillars that I live by. Never give up. Treat others like you'd like to be treated, and do the right thing. Just do those 3 things. Treat others like you like to be treated. It's a pretty big one. Because you ever live in a really shitty neighborhood? The trust problem is a vicious, self-fulfilling one. It sucks. Dark Senate, I get it. Yeah, I understand it too. I get it. But like, shitty neighborhoods don't get better by being on your own. Shitty neighborhoods don't get better by being on your own. They get better by working together. I love letting my water and my paint and gasoline. Surely that wouldn't have a ripple effect on the overall violent crime for years to come. And nobody messes with my Nakama. I live in Oak Cliff, Dallas. I never once feared for my life. I live in an area that's not considered great, actually, but so far that increases the propensity of neighbors to know each other and help each other out. Yeah. And Dark Senate, this is not me criticizing you. This is not me criticizing your brain. This is not me doing that. This is me trying to deprogram you from the propaganda that you have been fed your entire life. I mean, if I know they're from around here and belong there, then I have no issue, but we don't want people that don't belong here. What do you mean by people that don't belong here? What do you mean by that? Because Dark Senate, you're saying a lot of words that a lot of racist people say, that a lot of racist people in the suburbs say when they run into a black person that happens to live in the neighborhood and is at a community park or a community pool or something like that. Again, I'm not accusing you. I'm just pointing out. I'm not racist. I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you, Dark Senate. Again, I'm not accusing you. Don't belong here is wild. Yes. I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying using these talking points is a very fine line from being a reasonable person and being someone that is going to be put on a Karen or a Ken video. I met a new coworker at work today and invited her to one of the queer events this weekend. She asked me, how did you know? I would lie if I said I can always tell, but damn, girl, you are a walking pride flag almost. Living a pretty privileged life, but I've known people that have been mugged 4+ times in a year. Of course, they're fucking skittish, yeah. If you act like you're terrified by a brown, they will do something just to piss you off. Don't belong here is wild. By don't belong here, he means they don't have the Pokemon gym unlocked. True. Right? That's how one can put down 80% of a cost on a house and a down payment get denied in the loan. This is the way most people in my suburbs and closer suburbs react, but not everyone says it out loud. I have a question for you. If someone is a racist person and doesn't say the N-word out loud, but their body language and the way that they treat brown people makes them racist, are they racist? But they didn't drop the N-word out loud. So they're not racist, right? Okay, I got to tap out for a bit. No problem, Otto. But what about you, dog? Harsh? Hi, Harsh. Welcome in. So, if they don't say the N-word out loud, are they not racist? Even though they have racist thoughts. I literally had a conversation with somebody that told me that if it's not outright racist, it's not racist to me. So basically saying that systematic racism isn't a thing because it's not outright racism. It's just systematic racism that's not allowing it to happen. I mean, there's a lawsuit against my city because they gave people the petition the wrong ballot info to stop low-income housing from coming close to our township and suburbs intentionally. Good. No, I have racist thoughts all the time, but I'm not racist. Okay, Harsh. That's a very interesting. Are those racist thoughts from the implied, implicit bias that you've been raised with your whole life? And it's mostly because we want our suburbs to stay nice. Let's keep watching the video. Your Honor, my client never actually said I am racist. GG's. Yeah. Easy clap.
Public housing summons this vision of cold, monstrous towers. Many were, at the time of their construction, following World War II.
No, I moved to Atlanta when I was 20. Then it kind of happened slowly, but I work against it. I'm so glad you wrote I work against it. We want our suburbs to stay nice. Yeah. That's a crazy sentence, Dark Senate. You're implying that cities can't be nice. I get your stance. I'm not trying to piss you off. You're not pissing me off. I'm having a conversation with you. I'm having a conversation with you. This is a conversation. You're not pissing me off. If you were pissing me off, I would have just banned you. But I'm not banning you. As I have said, the reason you haven't seen Ghost Mad, yeah. The reason that this channel exists and the YouTube channel exists is to educate people and to deprogram people from the propaganda that they've been fed their entire life, which has created implicit biases, whether it be racism or how the world works or something like that. To be fair, it's hard to tell when Ghost is mad. You'll see some real anger. Yeah. I mean, the main city that I grew up in years ago has turned to shit. Okay, I have a question. Okay. Dark Senate, do you realize it probably has turned to shit because they don't take care of the workers? It's primarily why we moved. Okay. That's fine. Suburbs are so nice. I think that is an argument against that. We aren't saying a house is bad, but the specific way of building and zoning suburbs engage is a bad for the environment and affordability. Yes. Senate, we have heard this all our lives, and a lot of us drank the Kool-Aid, but then we figured out it's only a tactic to keep us down. Yes, and it's also a tactic to keep us separated. If we are separated, the capitalists continue to make money off of us. They continue to exploit us. But human beings have always been better off when we have worked together. We were literally tribes back in the day, and that is literally the only reason that we survived. The people that went out on their own fucking died. All the wealthy people that were there moved because it became bad areas. I guarantee those wealthy people literally are the reason that those areas became bad, because they probably voted to not allow those people to maintain the material conditions and actually made their lives worse. Can you excuse those who suffered from systematic racism from their actions, given socioeconomic conditions made them statistically more likely to commit crime? Crime is a result of people's material conditions. Are you talking about forgiving individual people? Because I think it's a good idea to be empathetic. I think it's a good idea to be empathetic to people that have been systematically oppressed and have not been able to get by and literally have turned to whatever means necessary to get by. Because you as a human being would do the same thing if you were in their situation. If you had no other action to do to survive, you would do the exact same thing, which is what's happening with people that are coming across the border from Latin America, because things have gotten so fucking bad there because of what the United States has done and the United States' drug fucking addictions. I was too young at the time to remember exactly. Bro, this isn't an MMO. Well, is that a fraud crime or stealing to feed your family crime? Yeah. Excuse is doing a lot of work in that question. Also, your tribe point doesn't make sense. Tribes in society, historically speaking, were based on in versus out group mentality for survival, to me at least. Oh, so to you, that's what it means. Harsh. Individual people did not survive. The only humans that survived were ones that banded together and worked together and protected one another and supported each other. No, to me, it didn't make sense? Okay. This wealthy people should have to put some wealth into the community and they wouldn't have had to go make suburbs and let an area go bad. Yeah. Please look up Blackfoot. It's a well-documented example. Not the only one. Sorry for typos on my mobile, no problem. I wonder why we have weekends. Yeah. Yeah, chat. Look up why we have weekends. The ones that banded together, supported and protected each other because they were part of the same clan. You think they didn't accept people in? Harsh? In tribal terms? Do you think they didn't accept people in? How do you think cities formed? How do you think cities formed? Do you think they didn't accept people in? Do you think it was just a group of 10 people the whole time? You're to kill me. Some suburbs near me intentionally don't put price tags on things, and some workers won't tell you to price unless they know you're purchasing something. Fuck them. Fuck those people. I think that one video describing Soviet neighborhoods did a good job of justifying the positives, having everything you need for a community within a quick and immediate reach. Yes, that was a very good video. I thought that was the video that this was, but that was a different video. But fuck those people. You shouldn't go to their businesses. By tribes expanding over thousands a year until agriculture developed enough to support more people who eventually settled. How did the tribes expand? Harsh. W read Vienna. I always play the Vienna opening in chess. How did the tribes expand, Harsh? Do you think it was purely off of breeding? Like the Sumerians were Sumerians, Egyptians, Egyptians. Do you think they didn't accept other people into their tribes? Because that's what it sounds like. And it also sounds like you're trying to make a potentially racist comment. They have good food, goods, etc. We're just used to it. Okay. Also, that's fucked up. I feel like that's illegal that you can't list the price. I feel like that probably violates some fucking law. Hammurabi made some badass laws that a lot of modern laws are based on. Yep. Because harsh, it's starting to sound like you're making a comment that people should stick with their own people. I'm saying that people work together within a specific context. Okay. Ancient Egypt was a polyglot, if that's what you're getting at. I think that's what they're trying to imply, that Egyptians are only Egyptians and they're not actually coming from other places around the world. When combating that, it's pointless. You're talking about people that are older and set in their ways. Fuck them. Fuck them. And have your reputations for this? Fuck them, Dark Senate. You don't need them. They are literally the reason that the world has gone to shit. Those selfish pieces of shit, those privileged motherfuckers are the reason that the world has gone to shit. And people in my generation can't afford a fucking house because what was more important to them was their fucking wallet. What was more important to them was the number next to their name, was the number in their bank account. Not about taking care of other people. You find out who a person really is, whether they help somebody. Now, I'm not saying that you should go up to a homeless person and take them under your wing and give them a room in your house or something like that. These people vote to defund public services that can take care of that homeless person. They vote to make sure that that homeless person doesn't get an affordable house built in their neighborhood. That's the problem. Because when everybody talks about America being great and the time that America was great, America took care of each other. During the New Deal, unionship was enormous. We passed socialization programs to take care of people. We passed jobs programs to give people jobs. We passed those jobs programs, then built affordable housing for people. You're telling me you'll never be able to afford a house? Yes, that's what I'm telling you, Dark Senate. I just got rejected for a $230,000 house. SCOW put 80% down payment for a house and they denied him. Also, giving your example of Latin migrants, should you let in more people across the border given the U.S. has destabilized the region? Is that going to help the poor people in your own country? You agree public funding is being cut, etc. Shouldn't America reverse this crony capitalism? Crony capitalism is just capitalism. Crony capitalism is just capitalism. It's just capitalism. I think the United States should help these other countries. I think the United States should help these other countries, which doesn't fucking include bombing them. I think the first thing the United States should do is decriminalize all fucking recreational drugs, build safe houses, build rehabilitation centers, build safe injection sites. I think doing that will dramatically drop the profit incentives for producing drugs, which then gives the cartels, which have fucked up Latin America, no more power. That's what I think they should do. Also, America was 85% Christian white during the time you mentioned. No, it wasn't. Harsh, you're pushing out a lot of white supremacist bullshit. You're pushing out a lot of white supremacist shit. It sounds like you're kind of advocating for ethno-states. 80 down and denied, yeah. I don't like what you're implying here. Yep, that's what I'm saying, SCOW. You're asking questions kind of like airport immigration agent testing to see if you support Hamas. Yeah. Sociological fact that a lower genetic similarity scores in neighborhoods result in lower perceived social cohesion. This is not racist. I am not a white supremacist. Harsh. People will live with people that tend to look like them. That is true. But the fact that you're talking genetic similarity scores, that is trying to imply eugenesis. I don't like that. That scares me. That makes me seem like you are a Nazi. Don't be a Nazi. That's not what it's implying. It's how it was measured. I know this could be a potential woke of the day moment, but the reason why we prefer to call people without a roof over their head unhoused rather than homeless is because they have a home. The home is the city they lived in up to the moment they were evicted by some scummy landlords. Their home is the place they might have born. Their home is the place they might actually still be working in. That's a large unhoused and working population in the United States. Emily Labyrinth said to Labyrinth, as someone who was homeless, prefers to be called homeless rather than unhoused. Where's right? Who's sociologist? I'm not making this up. What the fuck? I didn't say you were making this up. Henry Ford was an engineer? Yeah. Henry Ford was an engineer, but he was also a Nazi. Is this Fuentes adjacent shit? Yes. That's what I'm implying, Plank. That's what I'm implying with the way that Harsh is making their arguments. Because it seems like Harsh is preferring ethno-states and everybody to stay within their own ethno-states. Harsh, I'm not calling you racist, but you're saying a lot of shit that's adjacent to racist. Maybe this is a wake-up moment. Maybe it's not. Maybe you keep going down this path and you find yourself aligning with Fuentes and Elon Musk and everything. Yeah, it's very, I'm okay with you, but over there. Yeah. Repeating this, where is it? There's fossil evidence of a disabled human being cared for by many people in a tribe from the beginnings of humanity. Yeah. Okay, so? I'm sorry. Okay, so what? What I'm saying is essentially, okay, what are you saying? That fossil example, for example? Okay. I gotta go AFK for a bit, but I'll tune back in. No problem, Dark Senate. Harsh, you're on some very thin ice, is all I'm saying. Racism has been baked into our society and culture. You don't have to make conscious decision to find yourself in the throes of that kind of thought. That's why we call people out on it when we see it. Yeah. There are implicit biases within people that have lived within a system. I have broken those. I've broken a lot of those. I still have implicit biases that I have to fight against all the time. I do take what we're saying to heart, I assure you. I appreciate it, Dark Senate. We used to have tribes that supported each other and cared for each other because they were similar to each other. This is biological fact, not my opinion, I swear. I'm a brown, and I still catch myself saying dumb shit and having to backtrack. And it's a fact that people still have in versus out group mentality. Okay? That is programming from the propaganda of the people on TV trying and creating hyper-individualism. Also, the tribes that support each other and cared for each other, saying they were similar to each other, is also just like this community. We all look different. Escow is Mexican. Keko is Mexican and Indian. Those are the only two I really know. I'm a white dude. I'm Irish and Italian. Well, technically, I guess I'm not white because I'm Irish because I'm a person of color. We all look different, but we're still a tribe. So we would all live together if we could. If we had the money, we would fucking build housing together. I never intentionally want to piss you off. I know you said you're not, but just saying. No, I appreciate it, Dark Sync. Yes, now in globalized world, sure, but you can't compare our nation states now to tribes. It is an example of how humanity literally fucking survived, Harsh. In your opinion, humanity only survived because they worked together. They found tribes. They tribes protected each other, ran into other tribes, combined to make bigger tribes. Okay? Then they procreated with one another. And then they found other tribes to combine and make bigger tribes. And they survived on those prejudices, bro, is what I'm saying. Otherwise, why wars, you know? They didn't survive on those prejudices. They literally combined with literally other tribes. Do you not, like, they combined with other tribes. Shit, modern humans had babies with Neanderthals, a whole different species? Yeah, that's a great example. Literally an entire different species of humans. They breeded together. Also, wars happen because of fucking resources, not because of fucking ethnicity differences. They didn't intermix into one great human race, right? Yes, they did! They did! There are literally people that have... AIDS came from apes. Ari, I think that came from people hunting monkeys and getting the monkey blood into their own bloodstream. I used to think that too. They literally did. They literally breeded with Neanderthals. There are people that have Neanderthal blood in their body. What the fuck? Oh my God. We're not mobs with stats and aggro range. I don't have a drop table or statistical average to do crime. I would do a crime if I needed food, water, shelter to survive. Yeah. And also fucking crime is only what the people that are controlling the powers that be deem it a crime. So, for example, when you say free Palestine, that is now a crime in the United States of America. So a crime is not a crime to other people. When you are trying to survive, that's not a fucking crime. Guys, so you really don't think we don't different ethnic groups? No, we didn't say we have different ethnic groups. We didn't fucking say that. That's not the point. Yes, that's not the point. You all work together. Ethnicity is cultural, not physical. Yeah. Harsh, do you eat tacos? Do you eat tacos? It's a crime to not sub the net Ghost Rider. Yeah. Yeah, listen to Prodigy Son. Sorry, genetic groups? Wait. Okay. So now you're saying, I just want you to clarify. Do you mean ethnicity or do you mean genetic groups? Because genetic groups are fucking different than ethnicity. But when you're saying ethnicity, you're fucking sounding like a Nazi adjacent person. Like you have Eurasian population, sub-Saharan Africans. Okay. We aren't one homogenous human race. Yeah. Our environment has allowed us to evolve. Harsh. According to my DNA test, I have almost 2% Neanderthal. Harsh, do you believe that there is a white genocide going on? Made up BS, ask a biologist and they will tell you we are the same in the high degree. I have Neanderthal trait, very OP. Also, literally every human being came from fucking Mesopotamia in Africa. Humans and bananas share 50% of DNA. Just got my DNA test back. Turns out I'm 100% Himalayan. Race is a social construct based loosely off of genetic phenotypes and the material conditions of the societies and cultures affected by it. Yes, which is why people that lived closer to the equator have darker complexion because they experience a lot more UV radiation than those that are further away from the equator. All humans share 99.8% in DNA to what's your point? Okay, bro, get a banana and do my taxes. Fun fact, rats and humans share 98% of DNA, which is why they do testing on rats. Yet that .02 has range from Eskimos to Aboriginals. Okay. I don't know your point, Harsh. Also, Escow is indigenous. So, and is a mod. So he might. I'm 100% Sapiens. Sapiens death to Neanderthal. Wait, can a banana get me pregnant? Apparently, according to Harsh, there's a 25% chance that banana can get you pregnant. Eskimo is a slur. A name is Inuit. Okay. Peel my banana every morning. God damn it, you guys. Ari can't fucking breathe. Goes cut or uncut? Cut. All right, I guess I'll start back to the video.
Very utopian projects. Their planners imagined a kind of modernist, egalitarian society, which might have succeeded if they were funded and maintained and supported, but they were not. In the United States, the result is that you have public housing units that lack heating and public housing units that are just not safe for the occupants, compounded by the racial composition of public housing residents. This has deeply troubling implications. You have both quality of life issues and then general bias and discriminatory attitudes toward their residents that mean that people perceive public housing as a threat, unfortunately.
The stigma of public housing has translated into US policy, and a rule called the Faircloth Amendment currently caps the number of public housing units at the level it was in 1999.
So we all agree that bananas can't move into the suburbs? I was fine and was able to breathe until no more.
Municipalities need to either sell...
All right, this is relevant, so let's bring it up.
Wait. Is the Pope black? The answer to that question depends entirely on when you ask it. I think it's hilarious that the first American-born Pope perfectly captures the insane contradictions present in the 400 years of American racial hierarchy. Genealogists discovered that the new Pope, Leo XIV, descends from Louisiana Creoles of color on his grandmother's side and has Haitian ancestry through his grandfather's side. So obviously he's black. Right? Not so fast. When are we talking about? In the year 1625, for example, racial categories as we understand them today are barely formed. And assuming he had the exact same ancestry, Pope Leo would almost certainly not be black back then. Or how about 100 years later in 1725? Because of French and Spanish colonial rule, the legal codes in Louisiana made space for a tripartite racial system, one that acknowledged three distinct categories: white people, black people, and somewhere in the middle, Creoles of color. In short, His Holiness ain't black yet. But by the year 1825, this pesky idea called the one-drop rule is starting to take root in America. Within the next decade or so, he is on increasingly shaky ground. Laws are...
That people are different in group versus out group is a historical side of the fact from before the 19th century. Plus propaganda, infinite mixing of hyper individualistic people is merely a divide and conquer strategy employed by those in power. Harsh, I asked you a question. Is there a white genocide going on? Banana Laffy Taffy is what bananas used to taste like. Don't forget what you lost. Brother.
Are tightening and he's losing access to legal protection. And therefore he could be targeted by, say, a slave catcher. Folks who would routinely kidnap free, suspected, and obviously black people and sell them into slavery.
Do you know that the Bible never mentions the light versus dark? It was added in the Portuguese in the 1500s to justify slavery. Also, it also justified slavery because Christians didn't like enslaving other Christians, so they created the race dynamic as light versus dark skin as well.
Leo is dangerously close to being black now. Fast forward to 1925 and slavery is long abolished. But the realities of Jim Crow segregation mean that the one drop...
There is no white genocide, but the white population is declining globally. Harsh, why is the white... Let me, hold on. Chat, before you go crazy, let me ask Harsh this question. Chat, before you go crazy with what Harsh just said, and don't be attacking Harsh. Why do you think the white population is declining globally? Also, can you tell me what white is? You know, I'm brown as fuck, native Mexican, and my DL says white. For real, there's no way to describe my people other than white. Yeah. I want the sword to drop. Other mods, do your thing. I gotta check out for this. Out of this for a bit. No problem, Gumbies. They realized inbreeding is bad. Damn it. Chat, you're gonna love my answer. Just do unmod if you need to. Yeah, we'll give it back to you, Gumbies.
Rule is institutionalized. He might try to pass his white...
Because the EU has been a lapdog of U.S. foreign policy, which has destabilized the Middle East while keeping us dependent on them. As a result of migration flows, Arab neighboring countries refused most entry, which Israeli intelligence correctly predicted and redirected it to Europe. No, Harsh. The white declining population is literally from people consensually having sex with brown people. That is why the white population has gone fucking down and why white supremacists are freaking the fuck out that the white population is going down because of consenting adults having sex with one another and having children that are no longer considered white because of the one drop rule, which is literally what we're fucking learning right now in this goddamn fucking video.
White, but the investigators were out and the rumor mill was strong.
And because we have lower birth rates, yeah, I'm done with this. I'm dropping the hammer. Harsh, I'm sorry. You're way too much like a fucking Nazi. And you said some fucking Zionist shit. Some potentially Zionist shit. Thank you. Woo!
At one point in America, people were searching through obituaries to prove that white passing folks were actually mixed race and therefore black.
Didn't they literally drop bombs and munitions from planes on the Black Wall Street because a white girl fucked a black dude? No. No. They dropped bombs and munitions from planes onto Black Wall Street because a white girl fell and the black guy helped her up and touched her. Who the fuck cares who has sex with who? It's just a color Jesus fuck. Yeah. I was letting Ghost farm content, but yeah, it was time for sure. Yeah. I probably went a little bit further than I should have gone, but I was definitely, it was great shitting on racist talking points.
Leo is definitely black now. He is black on census records and he is black in... Is
that true? I haven't read the book yet. That's crazy. Jed Argo, not only, you don't have to read the book. I know somebody that did a video on it. Y'all, I need that band. Thank you. You're welcome. Not only, you don't have to read the book. Someone might have done it for you. There you go, JD. Oh, fuck. That's not it. Fuck. Sorry. It didn't copy it. It didn't copy it. My bad, JD. I knew from the jump, if you are a harsh BDSM, you are a jackass. Pfft. True. I mean, they created their account literally today. Yeah, they followed today, too. Is the Pope black? One drop rule.
society. Okay, that brings us to today, 2025. Racial categories are both increasingly
So many fucking mods in this chat? Yeah.
very tightly policed. Who is in and who is out matters. But whether or not he is black is largely up to him. He is free.
Every person I know who's in the BDSM teaches aftercare and won't let you even participate until you help them take care of someone first. Yeah. That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about the fucking username. I was more worried about their fucking Nazi aligned talking points. And also, it was a very easy dunk. It was a very fucking easy dunk right off the top of the dome.
Perhaps for the
Hey chat, I think I found my next video that I'm gonna fucking do. I think I found my next video on bad faith talking points I'm gonna edit. Yo, who's this neck Ghost Rider guy who likes me? Oh yeah. Do you like his content, JD? You like his content? Thank you for the hydrate. Check out the YouTube. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Subscribe to it. Share it. Share with your family. Share with your friends. Share with your enemies. I don't care. Share it to everybody. Share it to the whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video and just comment on it. But yeah, share it with everybody. I literally almost banned them from the first message, but Ghost hit him with some facts off the bat, and I was like, okay, farm time. Yeah. SCal has been around for all of the farms. SCal has been around for all of the farming. I once watched a member of our production company enjoyed a BDSM session. It was weird. Wow. Doing a bad faith talking points video on BDSM? No, that's not what I'm doing a bad faith talking points video on. God damn it.
Very first time in history to choose the racial category.
Doing a bad faith talking points video on fucking the white genocide. And how dumbasses like this fucking believe this shit.
That makes the most sense to him. If he wants to identify as black, go for it. But even still, he certainly hasn't lived a...
Anyway, hi Okayish. Welcome in. We're doing what to the white genocide? I'm making a video on bad faith talking points talking about the white genocide and how it's fucking fake. You black as far as I'm concerned.
Black experience, whatever that means. So if he doesn't identify as black, no one would be surprised. What's most important in all of this is recognizing that Pope Leo is the perfect example of what we mean when we say that race is and always has been a social construct. Recently, Donald Trump issued an executive order stating that race is a biological reality and not a social construct, which proves precisely how ignorant he is on this subject. When historians say that race is a social construct, what they mean is that racial categories like black and white. These categories don't mean now what they meant back then. These ideas are constantly being renegotiated throughout history. Who is included and who is excluded depends entirely on the time, the place, and the social conditions that folks are living under. And the family tree of one of the most important figures on the planet is a living example of exactly that.
Dude, Garrison Hayes does mostly good shit. They've done some other shit that's not as great, but well, Dark Senate left, and that was the whole reason we were watching this video on Red Vienna. But I do have to take a leak, and I have to refill my water. I'll be right back.
Or demolish existing buildings to build new ones. And this is all compounded by restrictive zoning laws.
When you have neighborhoods or parts of entire cities that are zoned for single-family homes.
We would love to leave the mission area. Would you like to let us leave the mission area?
By controlling the mission
there's a button.
How much housing can be made anywhere. That is how not a single U.S. county.
Oh, fucking hell.
For its current population right now.
In the 90s, Vienna also took a radical decision about its public housing. But the city went in the opposite direction. Public housing was always well maintained and high quality, but to maximize its investment, Vienna decided to instead focus on a model offering subsidies to private, non-profit companies to build what they called social housing.
The entire model of subsidized housing in Vienna is very robust and it is very profitable for the corporations that engage in it. It works on the basis of a threefold subsidy. Affordable housing stands and falls with land prices. So the city of Vienna has a very active land policy, buying land or mobilizing historical land reserves and then either selling it or leasing it to non-for-profit corporations at a very, very low, affordable price.
The companies get subsidized loans for construction, and if the apartments are still too expensive, there are subsidies for...
I'm very annoyed by that chatter. Not as annoyed as someone who isn't subscribed, because they get stuck behind the top of the hour ad break. Because the top of every hour and a 3-minute ad, if you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Like 15 of you got gifted subs from Sakura Agora at the beginning of the stream for my birthday. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's okay. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Oh! Oh my God, I literally just played the clip. I just started the ad. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my God, Escow, thank you for the gifted subs. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Sandal. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? Thank you for the birthday wishes. Also, I am so sorry that so many people are in the ads right now. I am so sorry. Ghost, the perfect timing. Sandal. Oh, Sandal, you came in at the exact moment I went to return my raid. Sandal, you came in at the exact moment I just ran an ad. Oh, no. But anyway, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm not going to do my intro until everybody's out of the ad, but Sandal, how was your stream? You also just missed me dealing with a troll. You missed me dealing with this troll. Escow, thank you for the 5 gifted subs again. Sandal, how was stream? How was Last of Us Part 2? Did you have... Where are you at? What part are you at? What kind of troll? Nazi. Someone that was saying Nazi adjacent stuff but wasn't a Nazi. Claiming they weren't a Nazi. It was actually kind of fun. I was watching the trolling from the sidelines. Becca, did I do good? Eugenicist, that's not racist. Yes. Santa, where are you at on The Last of Us right now? Yeah, they were basically... I have a TikTok for you and your slutty shorts. Hey, not slutty shorts. Celticness. Thank you for the follow. Nice to see you in here. You said my shorts aren't slutty. Because they're gym shorts. They're not slutty. But, like, these are the slutty pants. Happy birthday. I thought I followed the other day. No problem. These are the slutty.
Just because I don't like something doesn't mean I want to ban it. You can shit on people as long as everybody's consenting.
These are the slutty pants. I was told that my gray gym shorts...
I don't care who you poop on as long as they're
I was told my gray gym shorts are not slutty. No, I have racist thoughts all the time, but I'm not racist. Yeah, they did say that. They did say that shit. But at that moment, Paul Wall, I had said that, like, there's implicit biases that are in your head that you got to fight and stuff like that. So I gave the benefit of the doubt. Which I need to stop giving benefit of the doubt. But also, everybody should be out of the ads now. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. For those that don't know who I am, I'm Ned Ghostwriter. Most people call me Ghost. I'm a variety streamer. I play a bunch of different games. I also do React content to YouTube content as well as news and politics. We are currently doing React content after a chatter came in talking about housing in their neighborhood. So we're watching a video on Red Vienna, and then a basically Nazi came into the chat, and we had to bat away their bad faith talking points and shit on their horrible ideology. So, yeah. Also, what a wild username. Yeah. It got weirder. Yes, it got fairly weird. But anyway, we got a hype train going on. We're level 2. This is our second hype train of the stream. For my birthday, I am an old E-Tainers. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, sorry, E-Tainers, you're not here. I am an old. So I hope that chatter you're talking about wasn't me. No, it wasn't you, Dark Senate. You banned Harsh. Yes, we banned Harsh. Happy B-Day. Thank you. I am 34 years old now. Shit, my ult got banned. I'm back. Jesus fucking Christ. Otto, you would do something like that. I got to figure out dinner. Be right back. No problem. But anyway, we got a funny video from Becca. I think it was from Becca. Becca, you're the one that sent this?
2017. Sluts don't spend time in their room thinking. Sluts spend time having fun. And I'm not strong enough to be a slut, so I guess I'll just overthink until I'm miserable. Is this how it goes? Is this life? It's cool though. I know the sluts are somewhere having fun, and I'm rooting for them. Go sluts.
Oh, what did they say? I missed it. They said the EU has been a lapdog for U.S. foreign policy, and they're basically saying that people from the Middle East, from the Middle East were the reason that white population was declining. When the actual reason that white population is declining is because people are consensually having sex with people that are of not the same heritage as themselves. Anyway, thank you all for the hype trains. I appreciate it. S-Cow, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And thank you for all the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you for the raiders. Thank you, Sandal. Oh, I know he was gaslighting you. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I hate that we missed out on John and Jane video. Yeah. I mean, we made some fun out of it, S-Cow. But I'm going back to that after we get back to it and finishing this for Dark Senate. That's the most absurd statement I've heard. I mean, that's literally what white supremacists say all the time. You mean genetic groups? Oh, yeah. He kept saying genetic groups. He would say ethnic groups and then switch it with genetic groups. Yeah. Anyway, let's listen more about the sluts.
July 11th, 2017. Sluts don't spend time in their room thinking.
Wait, it's just the same thing over and over again. Is this how TikTok works now? Is this how TikTok works? Where it just repeats the same thing over and over again? Going to hang out with my genetic groups?
Renters.
What is special about Vienna is that social housing is a middle-class subsidy. It is not thought to be only for people that have a weak social-economic background.
Let's hear that again, Dark Senate. I hope you heard it. Social housing is a middle-class. Social housing is middle class.
What is special about Vienna is that social housing is a middle-class subsidy. It is not thought to be only for people that have a weak social-economic background. It is thought to be actually for almost everybody.
And as your income increases, as you get older, you aren't pushed out of your social housing. And what this does is it keeps people in these communities. So it's a very different way of looking at keeping communities intact.
Chat, this is what we've been talking about this whole time. This stuff builds communities and keeps communities together. And keeping communities together, you protect one another and you help one another out. Hi, Supa. Supa, we're just telling everybody how we just dealt with a troll. You just missed him. Doing Hoplo group tests on the folks at the bar. I don't know what that is, Plank.
In the 90s, the construction process also changed. Each company that wants to build social housing needs to submit their design in a developer competition.
One of the most important mechanisms of ensuring sustainability and quality are competitions.
Okay, Plank, I looked it up. That's funny. I get that. I do. People I know would literally spit teeth if they heard this. Yeah, well, those people are probably not good people, Dark Senate, and I'd recommend finding different people. I'd recommend being in this community as often as you can because we take care of one another. They're just rich. Rich and selfish. Pretty much the same thing. Rich people tend to be extremely selfish and out of touch. Yeah. I'd recommend being in this community as often as you can. Totally not biased. True. Otto hates this community, but Otto stays here. Otto has hated this community since January 25th, 2024. Chat, that was Otto's first time in this chat. Rich people? Yeah. My therapist said hanging out with friends on Twitch is actually considered being social. Yeah, it is. Why do you think I stream all the time?
The designs are judged based on the architectural quality of the development, the economic function of the building, so that's how affordably they can build it, the environmental performance of the building, as well as the social mix. And so this is just ensuring there's a diversity of unit types, so it's not just single.
How dare anyone hate the Night Ghost Rider? Well, that fucking chatter I banned probably hates me. It's actually your birthday. Is that what the title says? Because I think I wrote that in the title. Hello, my therapist said online groups and offline groups are not the same. Okay, I need to go right. Happy birthday, nerd. Thank you, Okayish. I hope you have a good night's rest. It's not a bad thing to fight your own best interests. If you all are working class, did that, there would no longer be any billionaires. We outnumber those shits. Yes. Working class people working together for each other's mutual self-interest to prevent their employers and corporations from exploiting their labor and taking the value that they create away from them. If working class people would work towards their own self-interest, which means coming together and working together, then everybody will end up better off. He literally fucking was gaslighting though. Yeah. Online groups are better.
Goals or couples.
Hey, I go meet people like outside from time to time. I mean, I touch a shit ton of grass, but I've met people that I've met on Twitch. Sandal, I don't know if you're still in here, but I do want to go to Detroit Tigers game with you at some point. I was hoping we could watch like a Phillies game. But Sandal, you might not want to come to the United States now that I think about it. I at least made my comments and accept your knowledgeable insight. You met that brick guy, he said. Yeah, I met So Freely, I met Riley, and I met Erebus last summer. Actually, this week last summer. I went over there for a Phillies Mets game. And Otto thought I died because I was gone for a week. Scandal's making food. Okay. I'll bring it up again when Scandal comes back. We need to unite before the capitalists get their Terminators. Bro, they have their Terminators. What do you think Israel is doing to the Palestinians? They literally have quadcopters with snipers on them. Cast something said you met him in London. RIP Ghost, July 15th to July 23rd. That's not even the right date. That's not even the right date, Otto. I don't know, like all my queer friends and comrades that I met IRL, we all hug each other rather than shake hands. So I think it's a big plus. That's good. We might meet up in Toronto this summer. The Phillies just played the Blue Jays. That was another thought that I had. But Becca, I think I've also mentioned if I go home, I was thinking about flying up with my new pilot's license to see you and Jacob Johns. 51st celebratory meetup, yeah. I also might meet up with Super Loops too. She doesn't know this yet. I think I've just kind of floated it out there, but I have to pass my test first. Didn't Dumplank say you guys are all meeting in Asia this summer? I think Plank said that, and then I told Plank I'm broke, so I can't do that.
You get families, you have elderly residents.
I think there was also an Australia trip floated too. There's a lot of trips. Someone visit me. Ari, I'm going to have my pilot's license.
Aspect of the developer competition.
I don't know where you are, Ari. Don't dox yourself. Chat, don't dox yourselves. I will wave to the planes as you fly over. Ohio. Oh, no.
Definitely pushes people to be more innovative on a number of fronts. They're really well designed, high quality buildings, low energy buildings.
Part of Pennsylvania, originally from, hour and a half north of Philly. Oh, I could drive to Ohio. Why would you want to do that, though? I don't care. It's a whole fucking state. Munka, Ohio. Hello, I'm in Ohio. Oh, there's a community. There's a community, Ari. Ari and Dark said it. Y'all are a community. You could become a community. You could be the Ohio Net Ghost Rider fan club. I tried to move to that area, Ari, but HR stopped me, and I'm so mad. Yeah. I'll never go to Ohio. Got too much shit in Elyria to visit Ari, obviously. And if Becca meets up with Dark Senate and Ari, then they can add another member to the Ohio Ned Ghost Rider fan club. I'm in the northern suburbs of Dayton, though. Okay, I said don't dox yourselves, and I literally meant don't dox yourselves. Like, please don't be putting your addresses and shit in chat. Please don't be doing that. Oh no, there we go. Elyria? It's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to Lover's Go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? Makes me fucking scared though sometimes. And sometimes I get scary visions in my head of multiple trans girls who have been stabbed in broad daylight because they were going to go meet an online friend. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Dude, Lamau, there's so many suburbs north of Dayton. What part of Ohio are Ohioans from?
Amenities,
I'm not,
saunas.
God damn it, SK, I know you're making a joke, but I'm not gonna fucking allow that shit.
Community spaces.
We almost always have balconies, and in many cases there are even.
Sure, makes sense to be nervous. Emily, take care of yourself. Yes, please make sure that it's safe. If you're gonna meet with online friends, it was cool numbers. SK, I know, but I'm not even gonna tolerate it as a joke. If I give you guys my bank info, will you give me $5?
Even swimming pools on the rooftops.
I met the other Ohioans from.
Developer competitions are also one of the main factors
driving. Ari's the only other Ohioan. Becca said that they could drive to Ohio.
Driving down the costs of construction.
The construction costs in Vienna are about half of what they are in Seattle, and so you're getting these incredible high-quality buildings for really a fraction of what.
Chat, look at this. They have bike and stroller storage. They have 2 of them on each fucking floor. They have a bicycle workshop in the basement of one of them and a rental bike. What? How awesome is that?
For what I would say are buildings that are not as.
I live in Redacted.
Well done.
It's trying to do what was good for the Michigander.
Another key element to making this model work is using.
Too boring for dangerous people to give a shit about me. LOL, Emily, you're much cooler. Super, apparently, you're not too boring for that dude that wants you to not wipe down your workout equipment after you're done with it. As a reminder, you have reached far enough left that you have now earned your guns back. A lot of us like the idea of queer and socialist people having guns.
Space wisely.
It would be a waste of money to embark into subsidized housing and then do low density. Of course, you have to do high density because this results in many, many more apartments to the benefit of many, many more young.
Also, Becca and SCal, y'all need Nomar gift subs so that you can use Nomar's redacted emote because it's amazing.
Families. But density will work well only if you combine it with high quality. And I'm talking about high architectural quality, I'm talking about high-level public transport access, and I'm talking about vast green spaces. So the way we go about density is to create really vast accessible parks and to concentrate construction at the edges of these parks.
They don't have a significant number of high-rises, but there is this broad density. The core is, 5 to 8 stories.
Okay. Dark Senate. This is literally in a city. All of these areas with the green are these subsidized housing areas with apartments and everything, that everything is within walking distance. And then they have public transportation to get to all the other points of the city.
For kilometers and kilometers in every direction.
Today, Vienna invests in a mix of public and subsidized
Death the
housing,
tribe next to me.
But just building new apartments.
Rather than redacted emote, you can just keyboard spam like a cute bottom. I mean, Ari does that shit all the time.
Isn't enough. The city is also committed to actively maintaining and retrofitting its stock of over 500,000 affordable flats.
There's this process in Vienna called the gentle.
Public transportation worries me, though. Let me guess, Dark Senate, you're worried about crime and people going crazy on said public transportation. No, it's not because I'm a bottom. It's because I can't fucking breathe. I guess it's the same thing. Unfortunately, yes. Dark Senate, that is a bad faith talking point that people use to prevent public transportation from occurring. People on public transportation are going to work, yes. And if there are homeless people on, oh wait, where's the statistics for NYC crime on the subways? I do not enjoy breath play and choking. Ari, you don't have to share this stuff. Also enjoy breath play and choking. Oh, not the can't breathe bottom we were talking. Oh, Super Loops. What are you doing? I mean, we live so close to the highway, and that's the main reason I will not cancel our alarm company. I want that safety net. According to the BDSM test, I'm 99% vanilla. Okay. So, Dark Senate, let me show you something. All right. All right. In the transit system, okay, this is from first 5 months of 2025. In the transit system, crime dropped by 5.6%, 186 versus 197. So they had 186 instances of crime on the New York transport system. You're like, oh, that's a lot of things. And the NYPD is going to say, oh, it's because of the presence of NYPD officers throughout the subway and overnight track. That's not true. Cops don't fucking prevent crimes. Anyway, 186 instances of crimes, right? 186 instances of crimes. You're like, oh, that's a big number. Well, let's look at the number of people that literally ride the New York City's subway system. What's that number? It's got to be like a couple thousand, right? Oh, no, it's 3.6 million people every fucking day. 3.6 million people every fucking day. 1.4 million people on the buses every day. And 186 out of 3.6 million people every day. That's 186 in 5 months. In 5 months, 186 out of 3.6 million per day. Chat, what's 3.6 million times 150 for the 30 days of those 5 months? Quick math. That would be 450 million riders. 450 million riders. So out of 450 million riders, roughly, this is all rough guesstimate. It's actually higher. It's actually higher than that because I didn't do the 3.6. Out of the 450 million transit riders, there was 186 crimes that happened. 186. Do you think that there's a possibility that there are wealthy people that don't want public transportation to be a thing and want people to actually be scared of public transportation so that they can actually force people to buy more cars, therefore paying more money for oil and therefore paying more money for tires, which the tires are made from oil and insurance companies? Is there a chance they would never use public transportation? Yes, they would. If you make parking impossible in a city or in a certain area, they would. Girl, I suck at math. Explain it in units of block. Some more news made a great video about the car industry. Maybe that's the next one that we do. Dark Senate. I'm not blaming you. There are a lot of implicit biases that you have. We are here to help. I zoned out as math over. It wasn't even hard math. Like, I literally just did the math off the top of my head. I did the math off the top of my head.
Until urban renewal and what.
But you understand how 186 crime incidents out of 450 million riders, roughly over that period of time, and it's actually more riders, is statistically insignificant. You have to be around these people I'm speaking about to get them. They live in their own world. Fuck them. Dude, Dark Senate, I have conversations with these people all the time. I literally am surrounded by people like this. I literally caddy for people like this. I have these conversations constantly. And guess what? They listen to me. I might not change their mind, but they listen to me. It makes them fucking start thinking. I'm here to help people to start thinking. I do too sometimes. I'm guilty of that, but I try to understand. That's good. That's good. Being willing to understand and being willing to admit that you're potentially not correct. That's a good thing. As SCOW and I say all the time, the only thing that I am certain of is that I actually don't know anything. My neighbor got capped the other day. He's Mexican and he got hit by a guy who was yelling that all Mexicans need to die. Yes, SCOW had to fucking experience this nonsense. And guess what SCOW did? SCOW helped his neighbor. And not only did SCOW help his neighbor, all the neighbors around them spoke to one another and said, hey, look out for this fucking psychopath. You live in the suburbs. Why the fuck do they care about the subway? Leave the subway discussions to the people that live there. People in the suburbs often have misconceptions about how violent the cities are. Yes. And also, most Americans believe that crime is up. However, not around them. They think crime is up over there. They think crime is up over there. But they don't think crime is up around here. It's almost as if the news apparatus is constantly feeding the if it bleeds, it leads narrative to continue to justify the funding of the fucking police force that will eventually crack your skull when you are trying to protest for a better life. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe that's a thing. Use your privilege, I can't spell, to stand up for people that aren't as lucky. Yes, 100%. That is what I am doing. As a white person. Sorry. Honorary brown person. Sorry. Honorary woman. Sorry. Person of color because I'm Irish. I am using my privilege to try to make the world a better place for everybody. That is why this channel exists. That is why my YouTube channel exists. This is why I have conversations with people.
What this is the city will go into neighborhoods where gentrification is becoming more mainstream and the effects of it are becoming more visible. They will upgrade the social housing to ensure that it maintains a similar quality to the new market rate housing. They will develop amenities to ensure that schools don't become overcrowded. They'll add a floor or two to the roof of a building. This could become either market rate or social housing. What this does.
See, this is why I can flirt with Jane this month. She's an honorary woman, so it's gay. Hey, don't you forget, I am not an ally. I am literally an LGBTQ plus foe. I am a foe for this month. Every other month, I'm an ally, but I'm a goddamn foe this month. Don't worry about the amount of crimes. Look at the crime per capita. That shows how likely you are to be a victim of crime. Humans do crimes. More people equals more crime. So a place that has smaller crime per capita might still have a larger total number of crimes, but the people that are safer than in a place that has less people, but a higher crime of capita. I use voice to text for this. Sorry if it has typos. That's fine. But let me break that down for Emily. When there are more people in an area, there are going to be a more total number of crimes. However, the crime per capita is going to be lower, which is why pretty much every city has a lower crime per capita than most rural states in general. You are far more likely to get murdered in a red state than you are in a city. Okay, gotta head out. I got D&D. Happy birthday. Enjoy stream. Thank you, Super Loops. You're also great. Bye. Bye.
Does is it allows more people to live in the neighborhood. It subsidizes the cost of the energetic retrofit because there's also the energetic component as well. And so they'll rehabilitate the facade of a building. They'll add ventilation to ensure that these buildings are comfortable. There aren't mold issues. They're healthy. So the city is really taking an active approach in ensuring that these buildings are comfortable, habitable, and also climate proof.
In the wake of the pandemic, the affordability crisis in cities worldwide has become even more visible.
Rent always eats first. That means that medical care, clothing, even food are costs that renters sacrifice in order to keep a home over their family's head. During the pandemic, the kind of plight of low-income tenants really expanded because the number of people who were out of work just ballooned. And suddenly households were confronting precarity in their housing for the first time.
Vienna's model isn't a solution that can easily be copy and pasted, but other cities are paying attention. It will take more than just changes in policy, though. Attitudes about how and where we live will need to shift too.
In the US, there's a lot of desire to live in a detached house, own a single car. For families like mine, where we don't own a car, we have 2 children, we get around by bike, it's density and ample social housing that really allows for that kind of lifestyle. There is this generational flip where families like ours, and especially those that are younger than us, have no shot at affordable housing or market rate housing in a lot of cities. And I think that we're going to see places really start to look at adding a density, and hopefully in a smart way that doesn't bring more cars, more congestion, so it's more sustainable in the future. Vienna is doing things that everyone should be aiming for.
Hypothetically, imagine you were to murder somebody. First of all, don't. But for the thought experiment, you might want to do it in a place that is remote and away from witnesses. There are more or less those places in a city than in a country. I don't think murderers go through that much thought process. I think a lot of murderers are done in passion. But that's just me. All right, Dark Senate. We watched that video to assist maybe getting out of the mindset that more people equals worse, and that it's not possible to band together. I'm glad I tuned back in. Yeah, I'm glad you did too. I'm glad stream got pushed back a little bit because of fucking dealing with that troll, so you can get back in here. All the people I want to murder, I'd leave them in a public place as an example. In a video game plank. 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 Luckily the corgis were still asleep. Plank. 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 They're always up to mischief. Apparently not during the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. We don't want to kick people away. We want people to learn to dissect things for themselves. You don't even want you to think like us just to understand why we think that way? Yes. We want to provide the evidence of why we think the way we do. We hope that you can, yeah, in a video game, sure. Thank you, Plank. We want people to be able to critically think for themselves and to make their own decisions on the things that they support and support it based on evidence, not to support it because the man on TV told them to support it without any evidence. So this is why this channel exists. This is why the YouTube channel exists. And this is why I combat bad faith talking points like I did with the chatter earlier. I would never murder anyone, and I don't want to murder anyone. I am against capital punishment, all wars except for class war. Or even because we told them to support it. Correct. And if I say something that doesn't make any sense, I am more than willing to explain it. Plank! Sorry, Plank. Sorry, Plank. Anyway, what do we want to do now? Should we go back to the useless video about useless organs? Shit. I'm dying. Plank, love you, buddy. No butts, just love you, buddy. Yeah. I sidetracked everything. I apologize. No, you're good. Honestly, it's better. It's better to have these sidetrack things because I think it's far more entertaining because I can get passionate about it. But here, let's look at this. And I can get more into it.
Yesterday was sine die for Texas. Sine die, the Latin phrase meaning without day, is the end of the legislative session. And in Texas, our legislative sessions...
Also, the hilarious part about Texas legislature is they work for like 10 days total. Like, this is why I love you and your channel. Well, I'm glad you like the show. They're so damn dope. I do the best that I can. I'd rather someone ask in good faith and want to learn than watch content we have all watched many times for our own benefit. Yeah. I want to reform our billionaires so they can someday be great contributing members to the Communist Party.
About 6 months long every other year, so we won't have another until 2027. So that means for the next 18 months, we don't have to worry about the Texas legislature coming after us. And any bill that had not yet passed both houses of the Texas legislature just died. And in Texas, that's mostly bad bills. A lot of horrible fascist shit just died. A lot of those bills were quietly killed or stalled until sine die, thanks to activist organizations like Equality Texas and the ACLU of Texas. But a lot of that would not have been possible without y'all coming to the Capitol and testifying and dropping cards. It's a lot easier for those orgs to convince Purple District...
I think they'll want to see hell freeze over first. Yay, my state. Yeah. Yay, your state.
Republicans to drop bills if it's incredibly obvious how unpopular they are. And due to how short our legislative session is, every single second that y'all spent at that table testifying pushed them up against the clock. And yeah, some bad bills got through. But organizations like the ACLU of Texas and Lambda Legal already have the lawsuits locked and loaded. A lot of harm was prevented this year, and that's thanks to people like you. I'm planning to do a more comprehensive legislative roundup later this week, going over what made it through and what died. But until then, here's an article that goes over some of the major highlights. And seriously, to every one of you who showed up to the Capitol to testify, or just dropped cards, or boosted my videos asking people to do that, you have helped a lot more than you know. I love y'all. Mwah.
Thank you, Emily, for sharing that with us. But also, JD, unusual means compilation. Okay. Let's do it.
Hey, do you want to come inside my...
Edgy birthday for Ghost. Yeah, apparently. Apparently, my birthday is when Nazis come in and I have to time plank out. What a queen. I need that account in my life. Oh, no! Shaking the cat. Shaking the cat. Also, I have to do this. Wait, you timed out dumb plank? Yeah. It happens. It happens. Sometimes people have to be timed out. Is that criminal? Don't shake the cat. Well, how are you going to get the fur off? Chat, I'm not advocating for you to shake the cat. Don't shake the cat. Just like don't shake the baby. That's me playing video games.
Армейская от лица птичьего полета.
И хули?
Oh. Okay. As much as I laugh at this is kind of fucked up. This is a little fucked up. First one to sleep at the sleepover. This is kind of fucked up.
Walking around
This reminds me of the OSHA violation videos. Yeah, the OSHA violation videos are like, they're like not even good anymore. Why does that feel like something you and Keko would do? No, I don't think we would do that. I don't think we would do that because we don't want it to be done to us.
And I saw this little bastard. Look at him.
Oh! Did it!
Like a movie, man. Like a Uzi, jacuzzi. Get the fuck out of the way.
There's a wall! There's a wall!
What the fuck? Okay. As a golfer, that was fucking cool. When Ghost and Keeks get together, sit in the same bed together, it's super cute. Yeah, we did. Keko and I streamed together in December. Why does that feel like something you would do? That is a literal wolf? Yeah. That was a person literally saying, hey, there's a fucking wolf there. Okay, this is kind of cool.
Pot spinning. What that mean is,
Yo, did you see that spider? Did you see that spider?
what that mean if this pot spinning?
Wait, what the fuck? The pots are spinning?
What that mean if the pot spinning? What that mean if the what that mean
That's
if
not
this
good.
pot spinning?
Yes, the steam is spinning the pots. Oh. 100% preparation, 0% payoff. Cooking top is wet. Oh, that makes sense. Did you see that massive spider at the bottom of that?
What you want for it? 10 grand? Well, 10 grand for this? I mean, it's a nice car. It's a Tesla. You said it. I did. It's exactly what it is. Right. Yeah. I could probably do it for 8. Ooh, 8. I mean, honestly, I'm doing you a favor. I mean, you driving a Tesla. I mean, what does that represent? You driving it.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm back. My stomach is fucked. The Tesla cut me off the other day. I'm sorry, Becca. Little did you know that Tesla was mine. Fuck, wrong button. The amount of anger I felt.
Driving this, you know? Yeah. I don't know, man. Just 6. You had anybody kick this car yet? No, I've actually been really lucky. No one's kicked it, so. All right.
I always visually point and laugh at people in Teslas. You don't live in the same time zone? Are you sure?
I'm just saying, man, that's what you're going to have to get used to. A lot of white guilt. That's what it is. It's white guilt. It's a Tesla. What you saying? It doesn't feel good. Who you supporting? I don't know. That doesn't feel good. I can't imagine. You know, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I can, but I can't. But I can. I mean, it's a different thing. Yeah. You know, it's worse for you, but yeah. You know, but it's bad. I'm sure. White guilt's bad. So, yeah. I'll give you $100 for it. I'll take it. Thank you.
Chat, I'm not giving somebody money to take my car. I'm not giving somebody money to take my car. About $350. About $350. Oh, yeah. Oh. Gandalf going hard.
No. No, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Is that a kiwi on the surfboard? On the surfboard? I can't tell what it is. It looks like a mouse. Goddamn foot fetish people ruining everything. That was Riley. What do I mean? Dude, if foot fetish people weren't so fucking aggro, they would be able to get all the feet they wanted for free. But because they're so aggro and fucking weird, it does look like a kiwi. On the surfboard? What? Oh, that was Riley on the surfboard? Oh, God. I thought you were talking about Riley on the fucking foot fetish thing. Running into the thing. Oh, Riley, because he's a rat. I get it. What do you mean it's about Riley? Rat on the surfboard today. Yeah, I got it now. New PFP, perfect circle dog.
Let's smell it.
What is this What is this asshole doing?
Dude, move your
freaking
car.
You gotta put your hazards on, buddy.
You're not even this is
Put your hazards on,
2-hour parking. Yeah, I'm pissed.
Oh, this is a horrible idea. This is a very bad idea. This is also a bad idea. Oh, chat. The other day we were on the 18th hole, and I didn't even tell this story about this dude. Don't feed ducks. Yeah, don't feed ducks. All right, so this dude is a CEO for a data management company, and he looks like a normal person, whatever. But I noticed some weird shit, right? So here, I'll bring up the whole camera. So CEO, you say? Yeah. So I noticed that he was kind of like forcing things to like try to be cool, where he would just kind of throw in. Did he fire 30% of his workforce? I don't know. I didn't ask him questions. I stayed away from him purposely so I wouldn't fucking tell him how I really felt about CEOs. But anyway, the CEO was golfing last week. Oh. That's another video I want to make about leisure time. every time he's talking, it seems like he's trying to forcibly be cool. So much so that he's just throwing in curse words for no reason. Like just randomly throwing in an F-bomb here and there. I'm like, okay, this is weird. So he's one of those dudes that like literally, it seems like needs a social coach to try to be cool because they are so insecure about themselves. So this person on the 18th hole goes, hey, I want to feed this deer. Do you think I can feed this deer? And I go, no. And he goes, well, why not? I'm like, because it's a wild animal. And he just like brushes me off. I'm like, okay, man, do whatever you want, but I wouldn't feed the deer. So he walks over to it, and then the deer completely fucking ignores him. And then he gets mad at the deer for ignoring him. And I'm sitting there like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? He was performing so much. Now I want to send Ghost a picture of my CEO to ask. No, it wasn't. It wasn't your CEO. But yeah. Also, I don't know if I did the hydrate for Prodigy. There's the hydrate that I owed. Eccentric rich people, dude, they suck. Ghost, you said you would keep that between us and not say it on stream. Otto, I didn't say it was you. You just self-reported. Slurp it again? What? Slurp my water again? I want to feed a deer friend freshly baked cookies. It's exactly people I know. Oh my god. Fuck those people, Dark Senate. I would kill for a yogurt right now. I got a bunch of yogurts in my fridge, but I don't think I could send them to you, Ari.
What the fuck?
He caught the car? Okay, that was kind of funny. That was kind of cool. Scene? Oh, fuck. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Just laugh at them? You guys are going to get straight reacts from me and not see what I'm laughing at?
What the fuck?
You're pretty, but you got to show the video? No, fuck that, Becca. You came here to watch me. Yeah! Sports. Oh!
Come on. Yo, he's gonna make it up. You got it. You got it.
Oh yeah! Let's go! Free the man! Let's go!
How many things have been lost down that vent? Oh.
Is this what the kids watch? Yeah, it is. Only if you show more of the slutty pants. Well, apparently, Becca, when I do my cooking streams, I have to wear my slutty pants.
Chewing up a root.
This is Gen Z Daily Dose of the Internet? Yeah.
And that Porsche obviously blundered the attack by the Mercedes, but...
Whoa! Chat, aerodynamics. Slutty cooking. Hey, Becca, 150 subs, and you get me shirtless on stream.
Are you so cuddly?
Oh, that's
Chilled and you just
fucked up. That's so fucked up to do, dog. Me and Becca probably could watch just you if you had a side view outfit cam and you wore a cute skirt and fishnets. Ghost already did a shirtless stream. Otto's about to bring up that I wore a shirt that looks like my skin tone. Which actually with this lighting, it would probably come up more distinct.
Just wanna.
And Keko did a pantless stream one time. Well, Keko did fall asleep on stream and then was in bed, and we were worried that he was gonna fucking. We were worried that he was gonna jack it or something on camera. We thought he was gonna get banned. Oh god. I fucking love these videos. I love these videos.
We're good.
Oh my god. Oh, this is a bad idea. Whoa. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Physics. Science. That's what we got to do with glory holes. Just put a blade there. Unless it's consensual. Which running top of the hour ad breaks is not consensual for chatters without a subscription. You can avoid the ads by paying $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends, JJ Gargo. If not, you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad break that plays now. Y'all didn't like that one? It's actually $8 now? No, it's not. It's $5.99 on a browser, Dark Senate. You need to watch it on a browser. This is too much brain rot. No, it's not. Okay, this is kind of brain rot.
What the fuck? My New Year's resolution was to stop eating.
Oh, I prefer mobile. No, that's fine. You can prefer mobile. But when you buy subs and stuff, just go onto a browser and get it. Because it's significantly cheaper. It's $5.99.
Pop-Tarts. But then I said, fuck it!
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Did you see the shit coming out of that cow?
Stop eating Pop-Tarts. But then I said, fuck it!
Basic. A damn ball guy makes too much. Are you talking about Asmongold?
Basically, she was trying to make a silly video, but then...
Yo, this is...
What the fuck? Bezos? Yes. Yeah, that ball guy makes too much money. You can thank Apple and Google for charging their own sales tax on us for using our own devices. Yeah. I love Apple. That's all I use. Yeah, I have Apple as well. Mostly because I'm lazy and I don't want to change shit over. I don't give a fuck. That guy was still drunk. I've never liked Apple. That's fair, Esco. I will never use a PC ever again. Ooh. Plank. PCs are nice. Plank knows my stance on this. I have Apple too. I kind of hate it though. I also hate it. Because I paid off my phone 6 months ago. They're like pushing the latest iPhone on me, but it has like fucking AI and shit. I'm like, I don't fucking want that shit. Same for a Mac Mini for next year. Yeah. All right, chat. We did recommendation for JD. Do you customize your phone? I don't think so. I have an iPhone 13 Pro. So Apple doesn't sell you a product, they sell you lifestyle. They don't care if the product is subpar. Fair. Still have the iPhone XS Max from 2019. Damn. What's that bottom left? 512 gigs. I don't know what mine is. I think mine's 256. Still have an iPhone mini because that shit fits in all girls' pockets. Fair. But like the iPhone 13 is probably the biggest I would go. Let's see. Mac Mini, I'm looking at is 6K though. That's a lot. That's a lot for a PC. I paid 27. I paid 2,600 for my PC. I have OnePlus 10 Pro 5G, had it for 5 years, and it has newer features than the iPhone 15. That's sick. Stop making them after the 13 mini. Chat, what do we want to do? Do we want to do gaming or do we want to keep doing React content? Xiaomi Android directly from China. Nice. Take my info CPC. I'd probably rather trust the CPC over any fucking corporation. I vote John and Jane. All right, we'll do John and Jane. I started watching John and Jane. We'll do it. Think the Mac Mini will be worth it? Hey, I have no issues with people doing what they want with their money. I don't miss Windows updates. Yeah, they kind of suck. But I have no issue with people doing what they want with their own money, which is why I'm not completely against gambling. I like to gamble from time to time. Whenever I hear someone use CPC, yeah, because Mac doesn't update. Does Mac not choose not to update because they feel like there's less people on it so they don't have to like protect from viruses and shit? But chat, I am going to... Actually, I'm going to do this because I'm lazy. I'm going to do this because I already No, he's so broke after his military career that he can't even afford Crayola. He's got some like name brand. I need to make this video.
He has Rose Arts and then the crayons from Chili's that they give with the placemat.
Oh god. This is the onion. This is the onion. I love. That was one of my favorite moments on stream. That was one of my favorite moments on stream when we were riffing about fucking Marines and being crayon eaters. No, they don't update because they don't want to pay programmers to write their updates. I can't tell you how many of my customers were compromised on a Mac. The crayons from Chili's. All right, chat. I have to use the restroom, but I am going to play this video while I use the restroom quick. I'm going to restart it, and yeah, and I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to Reacteria. Today, we're back with another horrible video from our old friends, John and Jane, who are here to tell us everything they don't know about vestigial structures. This is a very early episode in their series, and it's also really short, so I've kind of been putting off addressing it for a long time, but with a thumbnail like this, I just couldn't resist clicking on it any longer. Before I begin, however, I'd like to thank my patrons on Patreon, as well as my channel members here on YouTube. You are all the reason why this channel has grown as much as it has, and why it will continue to grow into the future. And if you can't become a channel member or a patron right now, that's totally okay. Just please make sure that you're subscribed and that you click that like button. It's difficult to succinctly explain just how important those things are for me as a content creator, but in summary, the buttons are free and they help a whole heck of a lot, so please click them. Oh, and one more quick thing. There's still time to sign up for my trips to Borneo and Germany this year. So if you want to come with me to learn about orangutans and sun bears and pygmy elephants and proboscis monkeys, or if you just want to relax and sip some spice cider with me, then use the link down below to get your tickets right now. And without further ado, let's grump our way through another John and Jane video.
Is it just me, or is it kind of creepy that evolutionists say we're made up of spare parts?
Jane, you believe you're made from
Why do I keep losing the goddamn tag? Jesus Christ.
Working on your car?
I can't hear you.
Still not even a minute in, and I already have so many. Why are you doing this? Mental the void that you live in inside. We know from that one episode the white background around you is a Is it like the construct from the Matrix, where it's just an infinite white realm of anything that you want it to be? Or is it more like where Squidward went with the time machine to be alone?
I may finally have found a place where I can be all.
Evolution. 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 Evolution.
Evolution.
Evolution. Evolution. Evolution. Evolution. Evolution.
I gotta get out of here.
Can you shut it off?
I can't hear you because the car's on.
46 seconds in, this introduction is so weird and so forced. Why did John walk over to you? Why were you just standing there? Where is there?
What's in the box?
Oh, you know, my car's leftover parts. I always have a few of them left over when I'm done working on it.
Parts you don't need?
Pretty sure.
Are you sure you don't need these? Or you know this?
How old is this car? That steering wheel looks like it came from an Egyptian chariot. Also, how often are you working on this car for it to still sound like that? Also, how are you this filthy? Were you working on the car or making love to it?
Morning, baby. Handsome man.
Also, why do you have this car to begin with? I can't tell whether you're 14 or 45, John. You look like you just walked off of a high school production of Grease where you played the Grease. We are 1 minute into this video and I am beside myself with confusion.
Not really, but I started the engine and it runs without this junk.
You know, all this reminds me about what our textbook says about vestigial structures. Can you help me grab it out of my backpack? How do you not know what's in your car?
How are you this filthy now too? You just barely touched one side of your mandible and your whole face is disgusting. This is the strangest episode we've ever seen.
Something wrong?
No, but why don't you look it up for us?
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Why are you doing shout outs over the video? Come on, Em.
Oh, there it is right there. Vestigial structures are inherited from ancestors, but have lost much or all of their original function due to different selection pressures acting on the descendant.
Why are you talking like that? What happened when the camera panned away for you to begin speaking the way that you just did? Do you need a bathroom break? What is going on in this episode?
So they're saying that animals and people have leftovers in their bodies that once served a function in our evolutionary ancestors?
Boss man, I need to head to bed soon. Missed my 10-mile walk today. Need to make it early tomorrow. No problem, Dark Senate. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you learned. Hope to see you back here in the future. Whip to Goal only does so much. That's fair. I think Ari Bobs deserves a shout out. Why are you anti-woman or something in the Ghost Rider? Yeah, sure.
Hey, just like the parts for my car.
Finally, 2 minutes in, we start talking about science. People are animals, John. Also, the parts of your car are not vestigial because your car did not evolve. Also, please put the steering wheel back. Also, please take a shower. Although you should probably leave the Great White Abyss first. If that is indeed possible, I still don't know where you are.
Exactly. The example they give here is the dolphin's hip bones.
They're saying its ancestor used to walk on land, but once the dolphin evolved to live in water, it has useless leftover hip bones.
What's funny is scientists recently discovered that marine animals, like whales, need these bones during mating season. The study was published in a 2014 article in the science journal Evolution.
Right, because as you just read in your textbook, vestigial structures aren't necessarily completely useless. They've just lost much of their original function.
Lately, I fall asleep in the middle of streams and I wake up in some stream that streamer raids to. Yeah, that happens a lot too. I fall asleep on my chair watching One Piece constantly.
So the pelvis, which anchors lots of...
You did start really early today? Yeah, I did. Because it was my birthday and I wanted to start early. I wanted to have some fun.
muscles, like those in the legs and the genitalia, can lose the function for the legs and not necessarily change the function for the genitalia, because that's just one of the many things that pelvises can do.
Wait. The name of the journal is Evolution.
How is that the part that you got caught up on?
Yep.
The one that claims...
Birthday boy? Yeah, Becca. I'm sorry. Is that okay, Becca? Is it okay that I went live? Anti-woman over here, internalized misogyny. Oh, Becca's acknowledging that I'm an honorary woman. I get it.
Claims they've discovered a purpose for these bones, which goes against the whole idea that these bones are mere evolutionary leftovers.
There's the definition of irony, isn't it?
It is not, Jane. It is not the definition of irony. Hey, real question. Why do you two just say things?
So, in the textbook, they call them useless.
Side note, what is this music? I feel like I'm defusing a bomb on a spaceship. I should say birthday girl. Sure.
These bones help the dolphin reproduce and survive.
Exactly. And they say the same thing about humans.
That we have dolphin hips?
Not exactly, but close. They point out that our coccyx, the tailbone, is left over from when we had tails.
Yep.
They think we used to have tails?
Yeah, but it's just the end of our backbone. I mean, it has to end somewhere, right?
True.
Right, and it just so happens.
Cal, why did you introduce me to these reactorias? Why? Why did you do this to me?
Happens to end in the exact same fashion as it does in every other mammal, all of which, by the way, are chordates, and one of the defining characteristics of chordates is that they all have a post-anal tail at some point in their...
Because you love science and you love puns. Love puns isn't...
You bitch ass dude in Chinese. 你个懦夫. 你个懦夫.
我就会这么说，因为这很粗鲁。不，我不是那种人。
So, Gus, I want to clarify something. I'm really curious. Are you discouraged? You got turned down for that loan? Or did they say when you could apply? Yeah, I'm pissed that I got turned down for that loan. I'm furious. Because I'm sick of paying for fucking landlords. I'm sick of subsidizing landlords. I'm sick of paying landlords for doing nothing. I want a house, so I have my own house where I don't have to pay for fucking landlords. Because landlords suck. They don't do anything. They sit on their ass and then work and live off of my paycheck. Not only do I have to live off of my paycheck, I also have to feed the landlord as well. I'm talking there's places on the West Coast that are only 200K. Oh, it's a fucking cardboard box. It's small. It was 230K. I thought they were high millions. I mean, it depends on where you're at. Like, Southern California near the cities and stuff, yeah, that's millions. There are houses in the millions in my area in the Pacific Northwest. But there's cardboard boxes going for $250,000 and shit like that. But also, the reason... Aren't you in California? I'm on the West Coast. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. But the reason those houses are that price is because people that have extra capital buy up all the land and buy up all the houses and then either rent it out to tenants or rent it out to Airbnbs. If it would be illegal to do that, the housing prices would dramatically drop. But it's not allowed to deem that shit illegal, nor is it allowed to build more housing because everybody's worried about their property values. Because that is the only way that people can actually move up in economic class is through property and through housing. So everybody thinks that you have to make money when you buy houses, when in reality, housing is literally just a necessity and shouldn't be used for investment at all. Like, you just apply for a mortgage in my town where you can still find old ass houses that go for like $150. SCOW actually shared with me there's places in Detroit going for like $4,000, which I was like half thinking about doing. My aunt's place in California is $1 million and only 2,000 square foot bigger than mine. Yeah, it's nuts.
Their development, including you. You see, it's not just the anatomy, it's also the development of that anatomy, which is why evolution and development go hand in hand in a field called Evo-Devo. And it's also why you can't just say, I know it looks like a tailbone, but it isn't because it just isn't, because that's not how thinking works. While we're talking about vestigial structures in the
No, they told me it's not a tail. They told me it's not a tail, therefore it's not a tail. They told me about it. I don't have to think. Would you have to move to Detroit then, though? Sure, I would. I'd be willing to move to Detroit. I would probably need to find a job in Detroit then. You live in upstate New York, small towns for way less than that. I saw a house in DTW the other day that was going for $1,200. Becca, we're saying the house itself is going for like $4,000 total, not like rent. Just the house itself is going for like $4,000. I'm in a conservative ass state, but I'm in a decent sized city that has a few non-discrimination ordinances in place that makes things a little bit more livable. House and land, yes. Yeah, I'm also saying that. Oh, interesting.
development, you actually could have put some of this together yourself. Because in your textbook, right underneath the paragraph on vestigial structures that you were just reading from, there's another section about embryology. And on the very next page, there's a whole little section about genetics and molecular biology, also as evidence for evolution, although you never talk about the vestigial things there because they're a lot harder to dismiss. In fact,
not my city, but I've seen some. Yeah, I'm sure there's like rural areas where nobody wants to live, where houses are like that. So the other problem that I have with moving and everything, particularly with the streaming part, is I literally have 1 gigabit internet. So like, if I move, I am literally thinking about the internet to provide the streaming and to upload my YouTube videos. Because right now, it is beautiful. My city is getting gentrified right now. Yeah. And DTW right now, if you make the house your primary residence, they don't charge you taxes for 10 to 15 years. That sounds pretty good, Esco. If this stream ever takes off where I'm going full time, I'm fucking moving to Detroit, and SCOW, we're building up fucking houses. Guys, if we move near each other, we are sharing internet, and you know I can make it work. Yeah, I know you can pull that off. The only reason I mentioned property taxes earlier, because honestly, I think they waste that money. Yeah, they waste that money on rich school districts that don't need that money. They need to put that money towards like poorer school districts. I don't see the benefits, like I said. That's not how society works. That's not how society works, Dark Senate. There is a progressive tax system because the people that make more money do not spend it efficiently. So what happens is you tax them progressively more as they make more and more money, and then you take that money and you're supposed to put it into resources for people that don't make as much money, whether it be education, whether it be infrastructure, whether it be all that stuff. That's how society works. You're supposed to take care of those that are not. You're not supposed to see the benefits of it. Dark Senate, I say this all the time. Society is better off when old men plant trees that they will not see the shade of. If you are not seeing the benefit, that's selfish. I understand the thought process of it and the hyper individualism that we have been bombarded with our entire lives. But like, we voted down a $20 extra levy for the local high school in my area. People were pissed. We had to pay for private school. Yeah, that shit's fucked up. Charter schools are fucked up. Charter schools are very fucked up, and I'm pretty sure Ohio is like one of the most fucked up with public education. Fun fact, a trans woman from the United States has finally filed the first asylum claim in Canada. Depending on how her case goes, it could decide a precedent as to whether or not trans people have the right to asylum in Canada based on their repression in the United States. That would be interesting. Thought you were going to bed, Senate? It's okay. It's okay, Becca. That Senate's asking questions.
Chapter 16.4 of your textbook, which is where you pulled that paragraph about vestigial structures, is all about evidence for evolution, including everything that Darwin didn't know and how much we've learned in the almost 200 years since his time, which is something that you continuously struggle with throughout the course of this series. How could I possibly know all that, you ask? Because I bought the freaking textbook. Here's the section about vestigial structures that you're reading right now. Here's the part on genetics and molecular biology that you should be reading. Here's the whale evolution diagram that you used for both this and your terrible whale evolution video. And here is...
When I went to private school, we still live in the city, though. Public school in the city is still shit. Yeah, it's shit because it's purposely shit. It's purposely shit because property taxes fund the schools. And guess who is really good at making sure they don't pay property taxes? Landlords. Landlords. Because they don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay property taxes. That is not, property taxes are not a good way to fund education. That is why the federal government has literally been starving public education for the last 45 years. Because they believe public education is bad. They believe that a more educated society is bad because that means that the working class people are more educated and realize that they are being exploited. Therefore, you can't make more profit on them. Public education is a good thing. Taking care of other people and educating a society is a good thing. Like we say in Mexico, Becca, can't much say to spirit. No, whatever. If you say goodbye a lot, you don't want to leave. Yeah. It's also an Irish goodbye, too. No, an Irish goodbye is just walking away without saying anything. Like, Corey's do a good job of that. They scream for breakfast at 4:30 every day. Oof.
Is chapter 16.4, Evidence for Evolution, the one part of your biology text.
Just let me know if you want a timeout to help you go to bed. Only kind of joking there. Oh, I missed that one.
Book that you've been refusing to read for 9 videos now.
Awake at 5 a.m. Wolf.
No one's going to hurt you anymore.
Also, I'm pretty sure I had that bio textbook.
It's also the anchor for a bunch of muscles, right?
Yes, as all tails are. They aren't just loose skin flopping off a monkey's butt. They have and are muscle attachments.
Yes, tiny muscles, tendons, and ligaments connect to it, and it supports something called the pelvic diaphragm. This whole system holds a bunch of muscles and organs in place, like the bladder.
Chat, they're probably about to go into intelligent design. I'm pre-watching this. I bet they're going to go into intelligent design. I take naps during the day anyway, so 5 a.m. isn't too bad. I'm not a nap person.
I need you two to understand that other animals also have pelvic floor muscles. It's not like there's some rhesus monkey out there with its bladder just bouncing around its body because its tail extends out so it doesn't have any muscles to...
Same, but not because of Corgi, but because I have a whole routine in the morning. Your girl has to do her skincare routine, makeup, and stuff. I am so glad that I'm a man and don't have to worry about that shit. I don't do that at all. Like I have the facial lotion and stuff that I'm supposed to do at every night and every morning, and I don't do it as often as I need to. But like I just feel so bad for women.
Anchor its organs. We are talking about a difference in
I already studied people who take naps enjoy life more. That's fair. I don't doubt that. You don't even use shampoo? Yeah, so? Are you mad about my luscious locks? That's my routine facial moisturizer. I use basic shit though. Happy birthday. Thank you, Keko. I appreciate you. Also, I don't think the package has arrived yet. I was just looking to see if it was here, and then I can open it on stream. But I haven't seen it yet. Fuck. God damn it. Is that why your face glistens sometimes? Special moisturizer? No, it glistens because I don't put any makeup on. And it's how the light is catching my face and skin. Some women don't care about that shit either. I just care about my skin, and makeup is very gender affirming. Damn, 45 years. Yep. It's actually 47. I'm 47 years old. Also, I'm trying to bring up the email from the Postal Service about the delivery. I thought it said they were trying to deliver it today. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, that's a package from my mom. Ha! Keko, it's not coming to my place today. But it's claiming the package from my mom's going to be delivered today, but it's still in Colorado. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting it. Sorry, Keko. Anyway. Your skin is probably glistening because of oil and or sweat, knowing your job, probably both. I mean, I take a shower after work before stream all the time. Because all you do is slay? Yeah, Emily slays.
Not a difference in existence.
So,
like, you need to introduce Ghost to the Ace sometime. They get along so well.
what other things did they say are leftovers?
The tonsils.
Of course. Lots of people had their tonsils removed. Great way to get ice cream for dinner.
You seriously let them cut out your tonsils just so you can have ice cream?
Well, it depends on what kind of ice cream we're talking about here. Okay, not really. But people survive just fine without tonsils, right?
Studies now show that in some cases, removing your tonsils can be worse in the long run.
You wash your hair and face with any kind of soap? I wash my hair with water, and I wash my face with specific facialized, facial soap.
And especially for young children.
Palatine tonsils are still sometimes called vestigial, but even back when that was way more common and they were removed.
Also, I feel like I still have like some sunscreen. Oh no, I just shaved today too. I just shaved today and put aftershave on. I could feel it on my face. Wait, you don't use shampoo or conditioner? No. I did about a month and a half ago, because my hair was gross. But for the most part, I don't use. Shampoo. You look handsome, Ghost. Thanks, Becca. You always look shaves. I try to shave as often as I can, but sometimes there'll be streams where I have my horrible facial hair because I'm lazy. There's times where I won't shave for like 2 weeks, and it feels like it's gross.
Way too often, that never meant that they were completely useless. They do play an obvious role in our
Thank you for the hydrate, Keko.
But they can also get infected quite easily and sometimes even impact your breathing, especially while sleeping, so they are still sometimes removed.
Dude, LOL, I would feel disgusting. I love Head and Shoulders. Did you see Elon's tweet? Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I started streaming about 3 hours early today. But we talked about it at the beginning of the stream, and I thought he was referring to the lawsuit that came out that basically said that Trump sexually assaulted an underage woman. But apparently that was something different, according to Jade Arago. So this is according to Jade Arago, though, so.
But that doesn't mean that you would then just be without tonsils. You still have several other tonsils, like your pharyngeal tonsil, your lingual tonsil, and your tubal tonsils, all of which do the same job with less issues. By the way, your tonsils are all part of your lymphatic system. They're basically giant lymph nodes. That's not really important here. I just want to make sure there's at least something educational going on in this. At least this video is sponsored by Brilliant. Oh yeah, this video is sponsored by Brilliant.
Brilliant!
That itch.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Trump and Elon are at it again? No, they're finally fighting. They're finally fighting. It's awesome. Let them fucking fight. Let them fight and burn down the Republican Party. Do it. Do it.
In your brain.
Do it.
that insatiable hunger to know more, to be.
I think Elon loved him. No, Elon loved him because he was gonna make him more money by giving him tax breaks and everything. But Trump's big beautiful bill now cuts out electric vehicle subsidies, so people won't buy Teslas anymore. Which Tesla is fucked. Tesla has been dropping the prices so fucking fast on their car. They are sending me emails constantly begging me to turn in my car and upgrade to a new car. They're constantly sending me emails. Guess it saves Grandpa Mitch's trouble now.
More. It's like there's knowledge out there. Knowledge that you want. Knowledge you were meant to have. But you just can't have it. That's why you need Brilliant. Brilliant's an interactive learning app designed to make you smarter. Maybe even just a little bit too smart. But it isn't just a tool. No, it's a gateway. A shimmering portal into an infinite labyrinth of knowledge. Thousands of lessons in math, science, programming. And they're all just waiting there. Waiting for you. Because Brilliant's hands-on and engaging lessons, they don't just let you learn.
This must have been made in like October.
Right now, Brilliant is offering you the chance, the gift of full access to their entire platform, absolutely free.
No longer head GOP, but Mitch is still a pain. Are you talking to Mitch McConnell? I fucking hate that dude.
For a full 30 days.
He's not even a senator anymore.
20% off an annual subscription to their premium service. And all you got to do to get it is just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's definitely not the leader of the Senate, but I'm pretty sure. I lied. He is still a senator. I lied. He's still a senator, but he's not seeking re-election. Hey, Neg, I will take that car off your hands in exchange for a lighter conscience and maybe in a free pizza dinner. Wait, that's what you're... Wait, I'm confused. You're going to get the lighter conscience and a free pizza dinner? I thought you just stepped down as head of GP. Yeah, you're right. Mr. McConnell, yeah, aha, more like bitch McConnell. Nice. Still has a lot of influence. Yeah, but I don't... They're not going to pass that bill. Nick, happy birthday. Thank you, Sarah Bay. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate the birthday wish. How are you?
Or just go to brilliant.org/ForrestFalcon.
Chat, go check out Sarah Bay. Go check her out. I'm at work, but wanted to at least say hi. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's do this. Keko, we also have to play Carrying Glass.
I hate when it rains.
Did you really just pause and look at the sky? What the fuck?
You look like you're from the 1700s.
Dramatic flare.
Also, Sarah, hold on.
That's crazy.
Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Shit. I have a command. I have a command, but I don't remember what the command is. For a clip for chatters that are at work. If Fossabot would load. Fossabot's not loading. I always thought Ghost looked like Cat Williams. Hold. Oh no, I don't have that clip handy. Oh no! I don't have that clip handy. Hold. Hodl. No. Oh, crap. Ah. No. God damn it. Hold on. I'll get it. I'll get it. Huddle. Huddle. This isn't the exact one I wanted, but it'll have to do. Lurking while working. Listen, listen. What are we holding for? The boss makes $1 and you make a dime, so you gotta watch the Dead Ghost Rider broadcast on company time. I was getting ice cream. Ooh, what kind of ice cream did you get? That was the clip, Surabe. That's what I was saying. The boss makes $1, you make a dime, you best watch Dead Ghost Rider on company time. Just remember that. Choco Minty. Chocolate with Reese's Magic Shell. What? Worth the wait? Yeah. I have a better one. I don't know where it's at right now, though. Where is it? Okay, this is gonna bother me. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Magic Shell is the fucking best. I don't know what the Magic Shell is. I'm a cookies and cream type person. I'm a cookies and cream. God damn it. Actually, I wonder if it's here. Sorry, chat. I'm locked in now. This is my Spectrum shit. This is my Spectrum shit showing right now. I'm locked in on something that I know exists. Nope, that's not it. I got it. I got it, chat. I have it. You want to get Magic Girl as hot shell shit? Well, I'm an honorary woman according to you guys. Okay, I gotta go back to work now. I was in here, chat. Here it is. Boss makes $1. You make a dime. You best watch Dead Ghost Rider on company time. Holly is doing the Lord's work. There it is. That was the one I was looking for. That was worth it. Anyway, Survey, hope you get through work quickly. Bye. Have the best birthday. Thank you so much, Survey. You all popping in here and wishing me happy birthday has made it significantly better. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Also, back to the video after the sidetrack.
You think you know the world? You think you know its secrets? Not yet, but you could.
That's right. Goes to an honorary brown woman named Tahir Al-Dublini, according to lore. No, I am separate honorary brown, and I'm a separate honorary woman. Honorary woman doesn't make you hot girl status, neg. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
You want to crack the secrets of artificial intelligence? You want to wield the power of data analysis with Brilliant? You will know. So click the link and download the app and try their scientific thinking course. The course that lets you peer beyond the veil of this realm and see the inner machinations of the very cosmos. Why? Because it's not just about some light learning for you. It's about understanding the very fabric of reality. Some people aren't ready for that, but you are.
So what's their purpose?
Tonsils are placed at the back of the throat so they trap germs when we breathe. Proteins called antibodies produced by immune cells in the tonsils help kill germs and prevent throat and lung infections. They actually manufacture antibodies against disease. They're basically the first line of defense against inhaled or ingested viruses.
That's all pretty true, and it's no secret that that procedure was way overused a few decades ago, and there wasn't as much evidence as we thought there was for it being helpful, and so now it's been significantly dialed back. But this has very...
All women are hot. The only exception is when they're not. I mean, all women are hot. Keko thinks I'm hot. Yeah. I hate how they talk about organs like they can think. Yeah. Is that shocking? Because they're fucking anti-abortion as well. They think a fetus has fucking emotions and can think shit out.
very little to...
But also, chat. What's one of our mottos in here, chat? The boss makes $1, you make a dime. You best watch Ned Ghost Rider on company time. Holly is doing the Lord's work. There it is, chat. Work lurk.
To do with evolution. This is just the way that medical science has always progressed. It's the same reason why you can't buy heroin and cocaine over the counter anymore.
So what about the appendix? It's thought to be vestigial, right?
Not anymore. In fact, the story of the vermiform appendix is
That's
very
interesting.
similar to that of the palatine tonsils. We used to think these structures were vestigial, and then we found new evidence, and so we changed our minds. This is just...
You don't stream when I'm working? Wait, you were in... Wait, weren't you in stream earlier? When you were working?
how integrity works. If you'd like to know more about all that and why it isn't nearly as big of a deal as creationists like to
Also, Becca, you can watch my VOD while you're at work. Just saying.
pretend, you can check out this video where Answers in Genesis makes this same argument, only somehow worse.
It's thought to be vestigial, right? I'm not even sure I know what it is.
It's a tube-shaped sac attached to the lower end of the large intestine. It's part of your digestive system, and
But they also have purpose?
All humans have a significant operating temperature. That being said, hot girl and hot boy status is something you earn. Did I earn hot boy status? I was looking here because I was working for Sandy as a mod.
I know this is scripted, but what John just did is why
Oh,
creationists
God
never
damn
learn
it.
anything. He was being given detailed information, stopped that noise, and focused in on exactly what he wanted to hear so he could draw the conclusion that he wanted to draw. Classic creationist move.
yes, it's the storehouse for beneficial bacteria. When you fight an intestinal disease, your body gets rid of bacteria, both good and bad. But then the appendix can quickly resupply your system with good bacteria.
Sounds pretty helpful.
Yep. It also plays a role in our body.
Dude, don't say tube-shaped sack. I forget. Let's take a look at that butt shot clip again.
Immune system, especially when we're younger.
I don't know where that clip
Sounds pretty
is.
important.
When we hear creationists talking about vestigial structures, I find that it's often as important, if not sometimes even
I don't know where
more
that clip is.
to notice the things that they don't talk about as much as the things that they do talk about. There are plenty of vestigial structures which do not have some hidden underlying survival purpose, like the erector pili muscles that give you goosebumps, or the auricular muscles that allow you to wiggle your ears, or the palmaris longus.
Also, I don't think you were live when I was working. I don't know. I went live at 3 p.m. Pacific time.
Muscle, which 14%.
I think I'm imagining shit, Becca. I just looked at your chat history, and I don't think you mentioned anything about. I don't think you mentioned anything about working.
People don't even have. They never mention any of those, but they're sure to mention all the vestigial structures that we've learned more about and changed our minds on over the years, as if changing your mind makes you a bad intellectual. And they're also always sure to take this arrogance.
Oh, you said you're lurking in the chat with the second screen. I guess I read that as you were at work. My bad. Is that 6 p.m. Eastern? Yes, it is. Clip recently by me is in the clips channel. We're getting ready for bed right now, so I'm having a hard time looking up stuff. That's fine. I'll figure it out. Am I bad at math? No, you're not. I mean, you claim you're bad at math.
Stance As if all these stupid scientists just couldn't see the very clear immunological and microbiological functions of these organs hundreds of years before they were able to study such things.
Oh,
Also,
I got it.
while ignoring the major role that evolution plays in those immunological and microbiological functions, and also...
Is that enough butt? Is that it?
Enhance.
Also bad at meth. I've never
Enhance.
really done it. There. Obfuscate the stuff on your back, doofus. I could, but that's too much work.
So all while benefiting from modern medicine, which is also heavily reliant on our understanding of evolution.
Charles Darwin thought vestigial structures were a winning argument for evolution.
And he believed...
Ghost, Emily, it's okay. You don't have to be good at math. You're pretty. I'm a math major. I literally... Sorry, not a major. I'm a math minor. I literally have a minor in mathematics.
there were lots of vestigial structures?
Yeah, and a German anatomist by the name of Robert Wiedersheim made a list of 86 vestigial structures in the human body. And later, evolutionists expanded the list to about 180. But modern science has now shown that every one of them has a purpose.
Yeah, and Isaac Newton drank mercury.
That's literally how science works. As there's more evidence, you change your fucking... more evidence is brought to your attention, you literally change your conclusions. What the fuck? Why are these people so stupid? Why do these people not understand that science is literally always changing? Negative, a minor, he yearns to the mines. A pretty boy minored in math. I'm an engineer, apparently we can't math.
Mercury, dude.
Facts.
Be sure to let me know when you're ready to start throwing out physics the way that you're currently throwing out biology. Vestigial structures, as your book says, are not necessarily completely useless. They just have a significant reduction in function. So scientists who were working very early on in the development of this field of study saw some organs that they didn't understand the function of and labeled them vestigial, only to change their minds later when new evidence came along. And
Thank you.
nowhere
Pre-watch.
near unique to vestigial structures. We used to label hippos and elephants as pachyderms. Then we learned more about them and we changed their labels. We used to think that planets moved in perfect circles. Then we learned more about them and developed Kepler's laws. We used to think that flies spontaneously generated from raw meat. Then we did some new experiments and developed the law of biogenesis. And the same thing happened every time we thought something was vestigial and then found new evidence and changed the labels.
Weird.
But that isn't
Weird how that
the
works,
reason
chat.
to change the labels now in hopes that we will find evidence later. I swear, this entire video is just John and Jane discovering the concept of honesty and not knowing.
So they didn't know about these organs' functions in the body?
No, they assumed that since people could survive without them, that these were totally
This person has fantastic hair. Yes, they do.
useless. Then they reasoned in a circle, arguing that since they were useless leftovers of an evolutionary past, they demonstrate our evolutionary past.
And now we're back to just outright lies. Vestigial structures can be tied back to evolution by looking at their homologous relationship to other species within the same clade. And we can test that homologous relationship by looking at fossil records, if these are things that can fossilize, by looking at genetics, or by looking at developmental pathways. That's why your textbook talks about vestigial structures after this paragraph on homologous structures and starts the paragraph on vestigial structures with the sentence, "Not all homologous structures have important functions." This evidence is not a circle, it's a spider web.
So reasoning in a circle is bad.
I like to think that that was actually the first time that John had ever considered that concept.
Listen, I majored in computer engineering and cybersecurity, but I did not complete those degrees. Instead, I now work for the government trying to help low-income families, working for one of those programs that the Trump administration is trying to cut. And yes, I suck at math, but I don't need to be super great at it because I have a fucking computer. Facts. Also, most of the time with mathematics in school, you're not doing like actual math. You're doing algebra, which I guess is technically math, but you're not adding and subtracting and dividing and everything. You're doing it with letters and whatnot.
Yeah.
With the exception of
assume our
statistics.
conclusion then use that assumption to prove our conclusion. It's crazy.
Jane, you are gonna freak out when you realize how you justify belief in the Bible.
So what do modern evolutionists say about these organs, now that science has discovered that every one of them have functions after all?
Did you catch that? We never said that all vestigial structures have a function. They said that all vestigial structures on that one random list had a function. But because that list was written by the evolutionists, they are now blanketly applying that narrative to literally all vestigial structures ever and hoping that you didn't notice. They're sneaky. They're sneaky little guys.
They now claim that
Sneaky
vestigial
little
organs
guy.
have functions after all. And those functions may have evolved after the organ spent time.
Emily. Actually, Becca, can you do me a favor? Can you type exclamation point butt? B-U-T-T, please. Please. Pretty please with sugar on top. Is that enough butt? Is that it? Enhance. Enhance. Obfuscate the stuff on your back. I have to edit this clip. I could, but that's too much work. I have to edit this clip. I have to take that last part out.
Being useless.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Talk about imagination.
It's not imagination, it's called exaptation. That's the term for when a structure evolves a new function that's different than its original function. Also, do you ever think about how if we had said that these structures evolved from scratch, John and Jane would have said that's impossible? But when we say that these structures were
Is there a cooldown? Yes, an hour.
already there and just developed a new function, they say that it's imagination. There's no reasoning here. They're just AI chatbots that are told to disagree with evolution no matter what. And
I need you to be as stupid as possible and never let up.
know that's true because in their videos, they've advocated for the idea of exaptation in order to deny evolution. They have supported the concept of a structure changing form and function through their diluted version of natural selection. If you describe even the most extraordinary parts of evolution,
Becca, save her for when he gets raided. You know me too well. Yes, I know you decently well.
and just call it God's perfect design to allow different kinds to adapt.
I don't have a cooldown though.
Creationists will believe you. But if you talk about even the most undeniable parts of evolution and call it evolution, they will jump through hoops to tell you why it isn't real.
It's kind of sad that they think we're made up of useless parts.
Well, that's just a terrible straw man. Having certain parts of our bodies with a reduced function isn't the same thing as being completely made up of useless.
Instead of acknowledging the design by Jesus, the creator.
Wait, Jesus made us now? I'm sure there's some Trinitarian explanation for that, but just sweet Ghibli, man. It is.
Hey, I learned that Jesus is the same as God and the Holy Spirit. So Jesus is God, therefore God made us.
Difficult to keep up with.
It kind of reminds me of Psalm 139:14.
Yeah, it says, I will praise you for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and that my soul knows very well.
Of course, so wonderfully made that the Bible says that God regretted making us, which is why he sent the flood. Also, why fearful?
That's crazy.
Why would you want your children to fear you? Unless that means that God was fearful.
Is that enough butt? Is that it? Enhance. Emily? Enhance. Emily, don't make me take your privileges away. Obfuscate the stuff on your back, doofus. I could, but that's too much work. Also, y'all chatters need to get better at editing the clips and taking off like the random shit at the end and whatnot.
Well, when he made
Need it short and clean.
us, in which case, still why? Also, speaking of why did you read that way? And more importantly, just why any of this? Who wants to watch two filthy teenagers misunderstand biology while standing inside the background of a PowerPoint about poor life choices? What?
Hey, Neg, try editing that. You might see why it's like that. Is it too short of a clip?
What are we actually doing here?
Is it too
God
short
has
of a
purpose
clip?
for everything, even if we aren't sure of what it is.
Evolution has a purpose for everything, even if we don't understand it yet. Do you believe it now? Or is that just an empty, meaningless, nothing statement that anybody can say about anything in order to post hoc rationalize whatever they like? In science, we follow the...
Wait. Is that enough butt? Is that it? Enhance. Enhance. Mm. Mm. There we go. Is that enough butt? There. It worked. Does it give you more editing control than us? I think once you make the clip, you can't edit it. I think. I'm not positive. Unless I give you permission to be like an editor on my channel.
The evidence, no matter where it leads, and we're always willing to change our minds when we need to. So a statement like everything has a purpose means nothing. And if we were to try to use it the way that John and Jane are right now, you best believe they'd be the first ones to call us out for it.
I guess that could be true of my leftover box of parts, huh?
Yeah. By the way, this is the air cleaner that filters air going to the engine, the EGR valve regulates exhaust, and the EVAP canister prevents gas from leaking into the atmosphere.
Whoa. You know about all this stuff?
My dad's a mechanic.
Okay, well, can you show me where they go?
Sure.
Hold on, John's gonna let a woman teach him something? Maybe miracles are real.
All right. One last thought. The fact that evolutionists can't find any useless organs really destroys the idea that we're made up of spare parts.
Yeah. Kind of makes you think, doesn't it?
Oh,
No,
Jesus
Jane,
Christ. This is awful.
shoehorning in another reiteration of your terrible straw man argument that you yourself debunked does not make me think. It just makes me sad. Overall, I give this video a science teacher challenge level 1 out of 10. There was exactly one...
You can edit clips you've created in people's channels. I thought so. But there was times where I made a clip for somebody and I went back to fix it and it didn't work. I don't know.
Argument in this entire video, and they started the video by discrediting it with their own textbook. Looking back, I think the most frustrating thing for me was the whole gimmick about the box of spare car parts, which they tried to use to build the analogy that we all believe that we're just made of spare parts, when really the analogy was just like their creationist view of biology. It's a collection of random pieces that they don't understand and don't question. This was a pretty short episode, but I'm working on some big projects this month, so it fit right in. Make sure to sign up right now if you want to go to Borneo with me to explore biology in the wild, or if you want to go to Germany to get away from the US for Thanksgiving. I'll leave a link to both of those trips down in the description. And
Nice.
with that, I'm Forrest Valkai. Thank you so much for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, and all the other stuff you do here on YouTube. Please exit through the gift shop, pick up one of these sweet t-shirts. Have an awesome rest of your day, and never stop learning. Bye-bye.
Never stop learning. Anyway, chat. I think I'm gonna wrap things up there because I'm gonna kind of relax tonight. I think I might start. I kind of want to restart watching Andor. I also am thinking about editing tonight. Maybe a couple of shorts or something like that. But we'll see. Also, Scout, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That got us to 50 sub points, which got us another emote slot. So that's pretty fucking cool. So now we can ask Rosie to maybe create another one. God damn it. We should have put emote ideas in the Discord. But we didn't. We didn't. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I gotta send y'all somewhere else. What I meant was I swore it wouldn't let me shorten it anymore. Just wondered if it was giving more granular timeline control to the channel editors. Maybe, I don't know. As an editor, the amount of royalty-free songs I recognize in these videos, LOL. Yeah, I mean, I do the same shit too. I guess you probably have like way more experience with royalty-free songs. But Anyway, I need to send you all somewhere. Where do you all want to go? Where do you all want to go? Chat, you want to go to Theo? Theo! Want me to send you all to Theo? I feel like we haven't rated Theo in a while. We could also go to the mild things as well. We haven't rated mild things in a while. I know them in name at this point. I've already introduced you to Greenie. I don't think so. Is this chef cool as fuck? I'm in. I'm in. Chat, we're going to a new friend. New friend, Greenie Trini. Please give them all the love and respect you give to me. Go have fun over there. Good night, cuties. Good night, Emily. I hope you have a good night's rest. Chat, this has been a pretty cool birthday. Happy BA, thank you. This has legitimately been a pretty cool birthday. I appreciate you all being here. It was kind of fun, despite the fact that we had a Nazi coming into the chat. But we took care of that quickly. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out on your birthday. No problem. Yeah, no. No, love you all. Happy birthday, thank you. Love you all. Tomorrow, I will be live again for Unhinged Friday. There is a chance I'll go live early again, but we'll see how my day goes. I'm going to try to fly in the first thing in the morning. I'm going to try to record a video and then maybe start editing. Tonight, I might edit a couple shorts. So if you see the shorts pop up on Instagram or YouTube, or see it in Ghost Updates in the Ghost Cord, then please be sure to click it, give it a view, give it a thumbs up, maybe put a comment or anything. But anyway, first raid message are those that are not subbed. Next two raid messages are those that are subbed. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it so very much. But it's time to go out. Wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Free Palestine.